How's it, everybody? Welcome back into the Paper Plane Inn. I'm Ikotanui, and thank you guys for waiting for me to come back live. It is so good to actually see you guys here today. Did you guys eat well? Did you guys rest well? Did you guys have a good day at work? If not, I hope that today's stream will make your day a bit more brighter and better. But how is everyone doing today? Retro Fox, Emerald Marine, Resident Paladite, Boys Blatty, it's nice to see you guys again. You sounded a lot better. I really am. And, I believe my tonsillitis has finally been gone, if you will. I mean, I did the best I could in those first few days when it happened to treat it at best of my capabilities. And I was able to recover much more from that. Hey! Okay! Hey! I'm alright. What, Retro Fox? No need for that. I should have had an easier time with not being crabby this time. Okay, I hope that you are doing okay, Emerald Marine, honest. But yeah, it is so good to actually see you guys here today, if you will. I am okay. My day's a little bit, of a slow starter. But, well, to be fair, I have been busy working with, an art piece yesterday. And I actually, stayed up much longer than I used to. And Steve also came home early, and we also had a good time together, well, spending time with each other's company, if you will. Other than that, I am just actually looking forward to today's stream, because today is going to be a continuation, if you will, where we last played back when it comes to where we last played back in our free day, where we actually got a little bit overhand when it comes to, that's gotta be my safe word from now. No, Retro Fox, no, please, can we have no. Maybe since today it's a D&D stream, stick to hydrate, head pats, and stretch for her to respect during the campaign. No grams and pillows. I mean, I turned off I turned off those specific redeems, if you will, so that way we don't have, concentrated a little bit more when it comes to this campaign. I mean, and besides, I actually am looking forward to playing more of this, because where we last left off, because I'm sure that you guys have noticed back in our first ever free day, we kind of got a little, into it when it comes to the one campaign, the one solo D&D adventure, which is the Wolves of Langston, and we are gonna actually be continuing that more today, because, well, we did a lot of there's a lot of things I had to do that came up on the fly, and I was able to make it work. So yeah, without further ado, are you guys ready to see more when it comes to the Wolves of Langston? Because I am, and I'm really looking forward to see where this story adventure goes. Now, let me turn this off, and there you go. This here, everyone, is, no, there we go. This here is our new layout that I worked hard when it comes to this for the Wolves of Langston game, if you will.
You've been busy, I see.
Oh yeah, 100%. Let me go ahead and make the projector window so you could actually see this. There you go. I worked really hard on trying to figure out how to make this layout work, and I even went as far to put the chroma key back when it comes to Clip Studio Paint, so we can actually see the dice roller that is right behind our layout. And yeah, what do you think of this one?
I do really like it. It does look pretty. It does look pretty well put together as far as both having the headings and having the Roll20 up at the same time.
Mm-hmm. This whole layout here this whole layout that right over here is just a separate folder on its is a separate image on itself that I put here in OBS, and I'm just glad that it actually works out pretty well. Hold on a second. Okay. Okay, so are you guys ready to see where we continue left more of the Wolves of Langston?
Yes.
Okay, I got my characters. I got my PDF that contains for this. Let us continue with the Wolves of Langston with Chapter 3. Right after I take the big swig of this water. Okay. Oosh. Alright, I am the Golden. Let's go. I'm also thinking that for the sake of my little D&D games like this, they're gonna be reserved for highlights, so that way anyone can actually view this in my Twitch, if you will. So when it does get lots of time, it's not. It will be there in Twitch as one of my highlights, so anyone can actually catch up on this. So, without further ado, Golem, stop music. Thank you. It is time we continue where we left off with the Wolves of Langston in Chapter 3, Speaking to Roy. You both leave from the southwest and cross the river onto a seldom used dirt road. You walked along the road until you reached the path leading into the Druid's Grove. The path to the grove winds through the old-growth forest. It's beautiful and peaceful beyond your expectations. Shafts of sunlight pierce through the canopy to dapple a forest floor of a pillowy moss. Everything is rich brown and shining green. Oh, before I actually forget, let me also get the piece of art featured in this. I know it sounds weird to hear the clicks, but the points, but we're trying to grab, clip. This one, here. This is the shot from the module itself.
Hey, listen.
Yes, Wild? What? Care package. Oh, thank you. Alright. Hold on a second, okay? So, let me go ahead and do this before we continue. I would like to ask you, chat, to refrain as much spamming when it comes to the sound effects, please, because we are in a game as we speak. Okay, a little bit squeeze right there. There we go. That should most likely do. Okay, now, where do we last left off? Wow, Nessa could actually... I think Nessa would say breathlessly when they traverse through this. It's actually beautiful here. It's peaceful. But I wonder. I'm gonna make... Fergus would most likely know that it is beautiful, but I'm gonna roll for, any perception, if you will, for Fergus. Okay. Ness may be into this because she's druid, but he's a war cleric, so... Perception. 16, so... Yeah, he could feel something's wrong. Odd. Odd? What do you mean? Listen carefully. Okay. They both did listen carefully. And... Oh, wait. I rolled a physical die on that. I should have... Okay, I'm going to use my digital die since I worked hard on this one. Okay. Ness, what is your perception? Okay. Also 14. Okay, I'm gonna say these are they both pass in this one. Something is wrong. Silence hangs over the wood like a shroud. No birds are singing. No insects are humming in the undergrowth. Not even the distant caw of ravens beat the stillness. Something is very wrong. This... I don't like... Oh, I guess I was taken too into the beauty of this place that... There's not even a single peep of a... There's not even a single ounce of sound. I have... Both of my players will definitely be on edge. You walk through the eerily quiet wood. Sunlight jabs through the canopy, creating little pools of light everywhere. But the lack of sound is unnerving. You go into the woods anyway. Maybe if I could just wild shape and see if I can find anything in here. Are you sure? Are you certain? This is not the same woods that you are actually that you're very. Isn't this? Are you sure that is certainly a good idea? Well, it is an idea. Maybe just maybe we could find something, anything, because woods like these aren't meant to be this eerily quiet. You moved unbothered through the south, along with a path through the silent woods. Eventually, you reach a clearing, and you first wondered if it's the Druid's Grove, but it's just a place where the trees have given grass a little room to grow. Quite a little queer place, isn't it? Well, it does give us an idea on where we could actually see better. We could just possibly stop here for a little bit, and maybe, just maybe, we could actually assess the place, perhaps? Let's see. I could roll for intelligence. I could roll for nature, or I could roll for perception. Either or seems pretty fine. Okay. So, Ness has, Fergus has the higher perception of the two. And I think I'll let Fergus roll for this time around and see how this kind of goes. Oh, okay. All right. Perception it is. Okay, we got higher in perception. So, Fergus, what did you see? Lounging in a... I suppose it's not a bad idea. We have been walking for a good amount of time. And I'm gonna be quite honest, I'm starting to feel... I still feel a little bit knackered from staying up late. I got some water if it helps make you feel a little bit better. Are you actually offering that? Oh, you're actually offering that to me. For someone who actually comes from a different faction from your tribe. But look, it's just water. I'm trying to be nice. All right. He actually would offer that, and hey, Robbie Landis, hi, welcome, Raiders, welcome into the Paper Plane Inn. I'm Mikata Nui, and we are currently playing ourselves a solo D&D campaign as we speak. So thank you so very much for the raid. I hope you actually had a good stream today. But if you need to actually raid and run, that's fine. I know having long streams is pretty much it can be a little bit exhausting. So, go ahead and get plenty of rest. I'll have the keys to the inn right here. There you go. You got the keys to the guest room. Make sure you actually treat the place with care. Have a wonderful stream, though. Thank you. Thank you. I do need to get ready for dinner. That's good. Please eat well. It's important to take care of yourself. Okay. And hello, Dom 2073. Thank you so very much for the follow. Thank you so very much. Now, where was I? Oh yeah, Ferg is actually making a teasing remark to Ness, and he would accept the water like that. I still need to play in when it comes to the rivalry bits, because we made a role for these two, Nessa and Fergus, to see what determines their relationship, and the dice oracle said that these two are rivals. So, I wonder, is Fergus actually gonna give Nessa a little bit of a is Fergus gonna give Nessa a little bit of a cheeky prodding, if you will? Let me go ahead and bring out the oracle table, if you will, for this.
Maybe it's just me, but that sounds suspiciously like an innuendo.
Maybe. I like your art of them together. Thank you. Well, I do try my best to emphasize when it comes to the teasing, if you will. All right, oracle table. I know this is just, I don't know, us shooting shit on the fly, but it's not. But I wonder, Fergus does remember Nessa's peculiar behavior when we last visited the when we last visited that dude. So, is he gonna bring it up to Nessa? I'm gonna add some modifiers to this because he's really that curious. So, okay, let's see. I know there's a modifier table when it comes to this. So, Solar Adventures Toolbox. Let's go. That's the wrong toolbox. That's the wrong one. That's the wrong term from Albuquerque. Okay. No. Okay. No. Maybe next time I should definitely do journaling for this. Okay. He is very... Okay. I'm gonna say for the likelihood modifier, because he is someone who actually wants to poke fun with this young woman who is from a different faction that his guild is familiar with, and in a sense are sort of rivals. Maybe that could have helped explain the little bit of rivalry there. Okay, here is the one for... We're gonna say that he is very highly likely. He is curious about that behavior. He wants some. He wants that. He wants her to spill the tea. So since I got a 9 and 10, 11, 12, 13. So that turns into a yes. He's going to ask her what's her tea. Why she acted the way she did. You know, something actually has been on my mind. Huh? Is it regarding to the murder that took place? Well, obviously that is one of them, but it is something about that behavior of yours back yesterday when we visited Tomlin. What of it? I can't help but actually notice how a little apprehensive you are, especially giving him quite the grief. I mean, most people worth their salt would actually would call him out, but I've never from my time getting to know you from time to time, if you will, I can't help but notice that you're a little bit more so apprehensive. Why is that? And is Ness going to actually respond? Ness, are you going to, is Nessa going to, wait, why am I bringing a physical die? I'm supposed to use digital. Force of habit! Okay. Hey, Ness. Are you going to be honest with him for this one? Is she going to tell him? Okay, 15, yes. Is it really that noticeable? I mean, well, what's the story behind it? I just don't like how he was so... I just don't like that he had someone who loved him and has recently just died. And next thing you know, he's just philandering around with some other woman that is from the said village when her love just recently died. Of course I am appalled. And I will too be appalled if someone that I love actually just goes running off and finding someone else. And look, it's nothing. It really is nothing. Fergus is gonna call bullshit on that. I'm going to most likely say. I'm gonna roll for insight for this one. I know he's going to see that. Oh my god, 20. That's a 21. That's a dirty 21. Okay, why do I keep rolling physical dice? Mickey, you had one job. Make people see the damn things, for pick's sake. You had this for a reason. Ugh. Anyways, 21. He's going to very much notice that Ness is really not happy, really not okay. He's going to know that she is not okay. Yeah, that was the moment he noticed that she is not okay. It hits too close to home to her. And so he's going to... Usually he likes teasing her in a sense. But he also notices that usually his teasing method would not work out the way it would. So he's going to try doing a different approach. Did something happen to you? Huh? Did something happen to you that caused you to be like this? Since I didn't, well... You don't have to tell me if it's that uncomfortable. But if I have to work with someone who is not from one of my guild, who has to act the way she is and is not concentrating, I'm going to have problems. And certain problems needed to be corrected. So, what a way to say it with words. You know me. He says with a half smile, but then tries to go back to the point, but gentler this time around. So, what happened? I'm only going to say this once. It's stupid, really, but fine. Before all this, when I had to go out do assignments for my guild and whatnot, back when I was still studying in the academy, I met someone who I genuinely thought is the one for me. She was beautiful as she was a noble, And she is also very ambitious, if you will. And, I actually really do thought that she would be the one for me. And I was but I know how, um, ambitious she really is, and I know that she strives to actually raise the ranks so she can actually be part of the force, in her words. So, when I learned that so I decided to actually be more honest with her. I And so when I finally arrived to the point where I'm going to meet her, I waited for her to show. But she didn't show. So I thought maybe she was running late. Maybe she was busy training. Maybe, just maybe, she was actually caught up with something. So I just wait.
Has she ever shown herself?
I waited for 3 more days in that very same place. I genuinely thought that maybe, just maybe, she would finally show up, and only for me to learn that she actually left somewhere before that. I waited for her and she never showed. She just left. And maybe, just maybe, I wondered if what could possibly go wrong. Did she pick up an assignment? Did she got hurt, or did she move because she finally found the right opportunity to expand and grow? Or maybe, just maybe, she left because of me.
Now that actually, this will make Fergus blink, and he would actually wonder, pardon me for not actually picking up the details, but that is quite odd. Why would you say that? What did you do to offend... If what you said is true, what did you do to offend her to such a matter?
I don't know. Maybe, just maybe, she doesn't, well, love me the way... maybe maybe I came on too strong. Maybe, just maybe, she's... I guess she is that uncomfortable with physical contact, and maybe I tried to be nice, and but she is a very focused person, and she isn't...
No. No, stop. Vanessa.
Fergus would stop her right there.
I think that is absolutely asinine.
What?
That is what I said, so is true. It's completely utter asinine. I mean, from the way I could actually see, from our time from our clashes every now and then, I know you to be a timid person, one who's very shy with her own words, but never one to actually be so forceful.
Well, maybe you didn't know me that much to actually make that call.
Yeah, you're right. I didn't know you, but I am knowing now. And from what I can see from over here, that you are just a person who actually wants to do the... you're just a person who's actually doing the right thing, who knows what she wants, and she doesn't actually... And she honestly played you like some sort of fiddle and made you wait when she actually disappeared without saying a word. Isn't that utterly messed up in the head?
I suppose so.
No person worth the salt would actually make someone wait for them and disappear altogether. Who absolutely does that? A person who is worthy of you should never make you do such a thing.
I didn't know you actually thought of that.
You can... I say my time with observing people. You get to know their behaviors and works from time to time. It's how I was able to know... It's why do you think I actually try my best to actually talk first? Just because I am the priest of war doesn't mean that we fight first and ask questions later. I like to view war to me as a form of art, but it's also a form, one where you can actually negotiate and perform before anything goes wrong. What I'm actually trying to say is that I believe what you went through is not entirely your fault. You've just been played with by someone who didn't care for you. Is that the reason why you acted the way you are?
Yes, she would say softly, but he's not entirely wrong. With leathery wings folded over a rounded body, long, sharp proboscis? Okay, I'm just reading this from the...
Proboscis, probably.
I think it is proboscis. Okay. Its long, sharp proboscis dips at its dozens. It's holding itself in the tree with its clawed legs. It's a sturge. And while it hadn't noticed you enter its clearing, it sees you now. Remarkably, you have a clear shot. Fergus would definitely notice that. Or maybe it'll be Nessa that'll notice that. If you have a range attack, you can attack, okay. Do any of my characters do range? Fergus got that sacred flame, and Ness has got that, produce flame. Okay, so I am going to make, let's call it even or odds. Who's going to make the shot? Evens is Ness, odds is Fergus. Okay.
Also,
Odds?
sorry, I just...
Evens. Odds. Okay. Yes, dear?
I just looked up what a sturge looks like, and good God.
Is it...
I have...
Is it ugly as sin?
How do I put this? When
Oh, God! It's never... What?
when a warlock and a kobold hate each other very much, some horrible experimentation results in whatever the fuck this thing is.
What the actual... I am so sorry, chat, but you need to see this! You need to see this, chat! This is what... Yep, Fergus would Fergus would notice that! Fergus would notice that! Blue eyes went wide when he saw that! Nope, making the shot! I'm making the shot! Make it sacred flame! I'm gonna shoot him with sacred flame! Okay, I'm gonna shoot it with sacred flame because... Nope, like I've... The moment he actually sees that, no hesitation, I'm gonna attack once with an advantage and surprise round, and slap him with a sacred flame, and yeah, I think that thing did not take that that thing, yeah, it caught him by surprise. Okay. You can attack once with an advantage or surprise round. It approaches within melee in the first round. Elderly Sturge? The fuck am I looking at? Oh, boy. Oh, boy. What am I looking? Deadass, what am I looking at? Hold on. Um, here we go. This is what I'm actually looking at here. Okay. The sturge is some unholy union between a bat and a mosquito, but it also looks worse for wear. Its wings are haggard, and there are some ragged edges about it. Lacking color, the tiny creature is obviously ravenous. Alright. Okay. Fergus, I guess it'll be Fergus versus the Sturge, because why not? Ness is actually when she sees that is and okay, alright, we're gonna have a little bit of combat. We're gonna have a little bit of combat right here and there. Let's go. Let's go. We're gonna go and fight with this.
I'm not gonna lie, this is what I imagine Strahd wants to turn that one kobold into.
You mean Scalfin?
Yes.
You know what? That is absolutely fair. Would it be? You know what? I'm gonna beef that thing up. Because we only have like 2 players. We're gonna beef that thing up. It only has like 2 HP, so. Alright, we're gonna make. Okay, Fergus's initiative order is. No. Yes. Okay. Oh fuck! Right. He has -1 initiative. A 6. Oh fuck me. Oof. Okay.
Later.
Okay. And the Sturge has what's the initiative? It's a plus. Okay, it has 13. Okay. Okay, 13. 6. And should we also have Nessa be part of this? I'm gonna say.
I don't see.
You don't see why
Go
not?
ahead. Yes.
18. Okay, Ness, you make the shot. Okay. Okay, 18. Alright. So that's our order. Okay, so Ness is going to shoot it with Produce Flame because this thing needs to die. Oh my gosh. And we're gonna 1d8 with a 5. Okay. Okay, that Sturge is going okay, let me see for this thing. I know this thing only has like 2 HP, but we're just gonna beef that Sturge up a little bit more because it says elderly Sturge. It can't be we'll just say it has like 16 HP for this one because this thing is it only has like 2 HP. It doesn't feel right when we have only 2 players that so it took 5 HP and it's really so it took 5 HP from that. Okay, and Ness is going to for my bonus action that I am most likely gonna save my spirit totem for I think I think I'll save my spirit totem, so that'll be the end of my turn. Okay, it's going to be the Sturge's turn, and it's going to go after Fergus. It'll go after Fergus because he is the one who noticed it first. It's going to have a mosquito. It's going to have a mosquito. No. It'll have like a hornet's. It'll act like a hornet because it'll go after the one that buggers the fuck out of it. So +4 to hit. Ah, it missed. It missed on Fergus. It missed Fergus. He just uses his shield to actually protect himself from that. Nah. And so it's Fergus's turn. Okay, I'm just gonna whack this thing with my mace because this thing needs to die. Oh no, Fergus! He tried to attack, but it's too fast. Okay. You know what? War Priest. We're gonna use War Priest to attack as a bonus action. Okay. You can make one more attack, one weapon attack as a bonus action. So we're gonna attack again with War Priest. So. Oh my God! Not 20! Oh my God! Fergus! Holy shit! What did Steve says when it comes to criticals? They are doubled? I think they are doubled, so...
You double the dice. Well, it depends on the table. Sometimes you double the dice you roll, sometimes you just roll 2 attacks.
So, shit, I did not have Steve with me for this one. He's currently taking a nap. Okay, so, we're gonna attack, I think it was double when it comes to magic and twice when hits twice when it's critical, so 6 damage. Okay. And 4 damage. Oh, okay. It only has, it's very bloodied. It's about to keel over. Now! Do it now! And he says to Ness when it's her turn, and she is going to use Produce Flame again. Here we go. Fuck! Ah, shit! Ness missed! Oh no! Oh, I wonder if beefing up the Sturge might be a bit of a mistake. Well, to be fair, when it says elderly Sturge, of course it's going to have to be beefed up a little bit. There's no two ways about it. Okay, okay, where's this, Sturge's stat block again? Okay, so... Yeah, Ness tries to attack with that thing with Produce Flame, but it whiffs over. Oh, man. And now it's gonna go after her because it attempts to throw fire at her. So, +4 to hit. Oh, no! Oh, God! Ness! Oh, shit! Oh, fuck! Oh, no! Okay, okay. 3 piercing... 3 1d4. If the elderly Sturge rolls a 20 on an attack roll, it does not do critical damage. Instead, roll damage normally as it gains temporary hit points equal to damage dealt. So let's see. 3 piercing. Okay, 3 1d. Okay. Okay, so let's see. I'm trying to follow along what this stat block says. Okay, 1d4 plus 2. So 4 HP. So it drained 4 HP from Ness. Oh, that hurts. Oh, that really hurts. Ow. Oof. Oof buckets. Ah, okay, and... If the Elder Sturge rolls a 20 on attack roll. It did not roll a 20 on that attack roll. Or, no, wait.
It rolled 22. So I'm gonna say that it did took 4 HP back. So it's now back to that 5 amount HP for this roll. Okay. And that actually that stung, hurt Ness and Fergus. Fergus, just flick it off her, please. Just please flick it off her for fuck's sake. Okay. Mace. We're gonna attack with a mace. Okay, here we go. Please. Oh God! Wait. Yeah, it meets. Okay. So. Okay, please be a powerful attack on this. Please be a funny. Exactly. Grab it and crush it. Yep, that's most likely what he did. That's definitely what he did. Look, a sturge is really small to a furbolg's perspective. So the moment it latched onto Ness and actually sucked some of the blood, she yelped from the pain. Fergus just pretty much goes bollocks to this and just reaches into the sturge and basically killed it by just by crushing it and throwing it away from both of them. And I guess combat's over. Ow! Fuck! And he got an inspiration from that. Lovely! So I got pissed. Maybe. Yeah? Okay. How many inspirations is that now? That's, Alright. I have inspiration. I should have actually... Oh, I am the goober of goobers again. Okay. Help! You knocked the little bloodsucker off the air. More like he squeezed it. It died upon being crushed when he is about to throw it off, out in the woods. And also, hello there, Jexa Dragon. It falls to the ground, twitches a couple of times, and lies still. Here, look. Are you... Vanessa, come over here. Let me look. Let me take a look. He then looks over to Nessa's arm where the sturge just bits her. And I wonder if I should see roll medicine check to see if nothing would bad I'm gonna roll for medicine to see if Nessa is going to be okay from this cut. Okay, 1d4 plus. You know what? I'm say that's passable. So he's going to determine and see that she will have some hematoma if she doesn't treat it properly. But other than that, she should be fine. Are you all right? I'm fine. You asked if you asked if I'm alright? Well, with that rude surprise that we experienced earlier, I believe with that rude surprise that we experienced earlier, I had a feeling that there's going to be more where they came from, but I'm just gonna. Doesn't seem like there's anything. Doesn't seem like he left any permanent damage. This can be easily treated with magic. And he's going to actually treat her with... I guess Ness would be... I guess I'll just use a little bit of healing word onto Ness for this one. So... yeah, that'll do. Okay, so... at 6 HP, he gets to treat Ness like that.
Cleric, because why not?
And seeing the injuries and she can't help but feel immeasurably relief from the said injuries.
Thank you. You know, for someone who has always been so thespian-like, you really do have a way, and you really do sort of cared. Strange, you know?
Like I said, there are circumstances are maybe a little bit peculiar, and one which would raise several eyebrows considering our circumstances. I mean, no, let me reiterate that. I said this before. Our circumstances forced us to be together, despite it when really we would be working on this and our own separate matters. I'm going to, for the time being, you are the only partner that I have in this situation.
Well, this is true. I can only imagine what would the others say, what would my guild say when they found out that I'm working with you on this.
I do remember that some of them actually have. I do remember that some of them have words about me.
Well, yeah. I mean, you are a war cleric. But, no, let me read that. Well, yeah, you came from, with the guild you're from, of course they're a little bit apprehensive. And also, but for what it's worth, I never thought of you that way.
Never?
No. I mean, I suppose it has its own charm in its own way.
There is a little bit of a dry chuckle from that. And I truly do appreciate. And I do truly appreciate I do appreciate
Okay, brain, please work with me. I'm trying to word eloquently as this guy. I don't have the British riz for making this furball to work. I'm trying my best.
Yes, quite.
Quite a lovely compliment, I suppose. But with the way we experienced just now, I suggest that we just take a moment to rest, to actually figure out on what is going on, what the bloody hell is going on with this place.
You're right. Because sturges like that, to make their appearance, it's not normal. So, I guess we have to be a little bit more vigilant.
Alright. This clearing still seems like a good place to take a rest. And we are going to take the benefits of a short rest. The sound does not return to the woods. The sturge was not the cause of the unease.
And thank you so very much for the Hydrate Emerald Marine. I'm gonna go ahead and take that now.
Alright, and we are gonna go ahead and continue forth with this through the Druid's Grove after they had that short rest. And I am so grateful with this game that we can actually have. Oh wait, War Priest doesn't come back with long rest. Why can't it just be short rest, man? Bruh!
Man does not have enough stamina.
No bueno, 5E. No, what the hell? All right, and then we're gonna go ahead with after that short rest. They are gonna go ahead continue from the Druid's Grove. After twisting and turning a little way through the woods and calming down after your run in with the sturge, you reach the edge of the trees above what could only be the Druid's home. The woods open up into a pasture dotted with wild flowers. A craggy outcrop of stone juts up from the center. It looks like there's a small kitchen area set up under an overhang along with a hammock, a table, and a chest. It looks like a naturally occurring lean-in or a cottage with most of the walls missing. The Druid is nowhere to be seen. You can clearly see the grove is occupied, however. Near the outcrop, you can see the medium-sized wolf. The animal is stocky and slightly red in color, and it hasn't noticed you yet, though it raises its head to sniff in the air from time to time. And Ness, I'm gonna make an animal handling check to see if, because wolves that color aren't supposed to be some, I don't know, wolves that color aren't normal. I'm gonna roll for, not animal handling, nature. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna roll with nature to see, if this one is naturally occurring for red wolves. Okay. $13, so I'll say that's passable. Nessa would take a better look at it, adjusting her glasses. That's peculiar. Normal wolves usually come in around grays, whites, and sometimes with brown colors. I've never seen one this red. Interesting. This is such an interesting find. So, are we gonna sneak into the grove, or we're just gonna stride? Let me take a look at, shit. Because one of these characters has disadvantage from the other. This is not going to end well. I think I have an idea. So what's it gonna be? Are we gonna are we gonna stride into the grove or sneak into the grove? That is the question. So we're gonna call evens and odds. Evens, we're sneaking. Okay, evens, we're sneaking. Odds, we're striding in. We're Leroy Jenkins in. Evens. Okay, we're sneaking in. Okay, no Leroy Jenkins right in this moment. Oh, this is going to be painful. We could possibly sneak our way in. Sneaking. Oh, how lovely. He says, that's dripping with sarcasm. What are you talking about? Oh. I mean, you can maybe work around this by, I don't know, that. Do what? You have to be a little bit more specific. You're a furball. You can actually do furball things like going invisible or blending in or anything like that. Yeah, well, you do raise a good point. So, I hope you don't mind that I'm gonna disappear for a little bit. And he's gonna hit in step, and he's gonna be invisible for 2 minutes. And surely you can find your way through the grove without being detected, are you? I will.
Well, best be quick about it. He just says, as she felt a cheeky slap behind her.
Okay, calm down. All right, Ness, Fergus, we're gonna sneak our way into the grove. And all right, we're gonna sneak our way to the grove. You slip off to the trail in the nearby woods, and take care to keep hidden and stepping onto the soft moss. As you approach the grove, your position shifts to reveal the wolf chewing on something in the grass. Even then, at this distance, you hear the crackling and crunching of breaking bones. The wolf raises its head, its muzzles bloody as a ragged strip of flesh in its teeth. It swallows without really chewing and renew to its unseen meal. Okay. Okay, Ness, we can sneak through this, right? Not with the way of our circumstances, we can sneak right through this, right? +2 to, oh boy. Now, Nessa, we have inspirations. We can burn those up if need be. We can sneak through this, right? Okay. All right. I mean, oh wait, we have another option. Alternatively, you can just approach the wolf or attack it. Shit. Ness, are you gonna sneak or are you gonna approach? That is the question. We're gonna fuck it, we ball. Okay. Evens, we sneak. Odds, we go to the wolf. Evens. Odds. Odds. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. So, Ness, against her better judgment, out of sheer curiosity, because she's never seen a wolf like this, would slowly, quietly go approach the wolf. And Fergus, maybe though he's invisible, would look at this and say, and just, most likely thoughts are streaming in his head, like, what are you doing? As in these kinds of thoughts. Hey, Ness! You good? Are you good? Are you sure this is a good idea?
You enter the grove without any attempt to hide your presence. This druid is clearly enjoys the sun and wait, what? Just go approach the wolf. That's the one. Oh, okay, that's the one. Oh, okay. That can't be right. Oh well. Wait, what? Okay, that can't be right. You could just approach the wolf, go 156, and then that's the one that you entered. Okay, that's doesn't sound like it's okay, I just did a quick reading on that, and I think I just got a little bit befuddled. Okay, and or alternatively, you can go or approach the wolf, or okay. You catch the ferocious animal by surprise. No. Oh well. Okay, maybe I was just reading this wrong and I'm just had a bit of a brain fart. Okay. You enter the grove without any attempt to hide your presence. This druid clearly enjoys the sun, as the grove is a large clearing. Clumps of flower, both wild and cultivated, dot the space, and the stone outcropping turned cabin stands at the center of the natural beauty around you. Following the description of the disease, there's a recipe of oh, what? Huh? I kind of had a little bit of a brain fart because it's supposed to be it's supposed to say something that we're supposed to fight against a we did try sneaking our way into the grove, but when it bollocks that. Okay, alternatively, you could just approach the wolf. 156. Okay, I got a little bit of a brain fart. Well, I think maybe we'll just cut that there, and then we'll go and we'll just make Ness still go through the Okay, I just had a brain fart of all brain farts. I'm sorry, chat. Okay, so we'll just say that they'll instead of going to approach the wolf, Ness will just continue to we'll just say that we'll just rewind that, and then we'll just say that Ness will just go straight to sneaking past it. So roll 13 or higher for stealth. Okay, Ness, you good? Think you can sneak your way through there? Wow! Okay, Ness! Holy shit! Okay! Huh? Oh, how many 20s is that now? Oh well, but she does go through that thing. She does go through that thing without any without any attacks and bunch. Okay. Okay, so
Hey.
Oh, hey.
So I got some bad news.
What is it?
The screen I've been using as a screen for my computer,
Yes?
it's completely shot.
Shot?
It essentially goes bright white and then slowly goes darker and darker.
Uh-oh.
Like, you know that one thing that was a regular thing, but I was able to fix it?
Uh-huh.
It's no longer fixable.
Oh, no.
So I'm gonna get dressed, head down to the pawn shop so I can see if I can find something cheap.
Fair enough. Are you gonna be okay?
I'll be fine. Keep having fun with yourself, D&D. Having fun?
Mm-hmm. Well, I did hit a moment where I got a little bit of a brain fart, and approaching the because I am given the option to approach the wolf, but it kind of led to something else that does not make a lot more sense story-wise. So I just rewind all that back and just make Ness sneak into the grove.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alrighty. I should be back in about half an hour.
Alrighty then.
Love you.
Love you too. Okay, the screen that he was actually talking about, chat, was regarding about an old TV that we got from Granny, if you will, and it was a screen TV, if you will. But thing is that it is good for a temporary monitor, but it can only be served as a temporary monitor, because if you remember how the old adage tales that don't get too close to the TV, it hurts your eyes. I finally understood why. And this set screen TV is now kind of Steve's for the time being, but now you actually hear from there, it also stops working for him. So yeah, that's context. Okay. Alright, so what? 137. Okay. I discovered something. I discovered something off. I discovered something really off. So apparently, I think the numbers and prompts are switched. The one that says 137 is like, the one for 137 is the one where it's about to be, it's about when you approach the wolf. Oh, guys. Oh, my head hurts. 137 is the one where you approach the wolf, and 156 is when you sneak into the grove. Oh, this is stupid.
It's fine. It's a technical issue with the document. You can still carry on.
You know that's fair. You know that's absolutely fair, but it hurts. It hurts, you know.
Yeah, I get that. It is immensely frustrating, but I would still encourage you to keep going if you are up for it.
All right. You know what? That's absolutely fair. Let me just get a swig of water because I am so close to get a swig of. I want to take a nice swig of cider, but that's gonna be safe for later. Okay. Okay. Alright, so this is the part where Ness is supposed to approach the wolf. Thank God for the beauty of editing, if you will. As you approach, the large wolf goes back into chewing at something in the bloody grass. The wolf does not seem to be aware of your presence as you get closer. But you can see the wolf's meal is a dead rabbit. Ness is most likely a little perturbed, but this is not out of the ordinary. I know Fergus is just most likely close by because this partner is doing something different instead of going into the grove. That she's making a U-turn to see the wolf. Yeah, he is definitely close by, despite that he's invisible. There is also something odd about the wolf's movement. It is going about eating the rabbit gingerly, as if not used to the taste, even whimpering a little. And it seems to be avoiding the choicest innards for the meatier haunches. Ugh. You know something has to be wrong when the wolf returns to the druid's home and takes a jar of the rough-hewn table. It then places the jar next to the rabbit, stares for a moment, and then kicks white granules from the jar onto the carcass. The beast takes another bite, visibly shrugging, and goes back into eating the rabbit. Wait, what the... Is that salt? The wolf is seasoning with its salt. And she says that she mutters herself like that, low enough for Fergus to actually detect that. Even he also has find this a little bit curious to look at. Fergus, I don't think this is an actual wolf. Now that's interesting. Perhaps we should actually make our presence known. Yeah, I suppose so. Of the options of surprising attack the wolf or making the presence known, we're making the presence known. And he is going to de-invisibles himself. You both entered the grove without any attempt to hide your presence. This druid clearly enjoys the sun, as the grove is a large clearing. Clumps of flower, both wild and cultivated, dot the space of stone outcropping the turned cabin stands at the center of the natural beauty around you. Following the description of the disease, there's a recipe of decoction including wolfsbane, sage, and hornwort. Excuse me. Oh, hey! What the hell am I looking at here? It goes straight to what 156, but it didn't say anything about, hold on a second. Hang on there for a second. There's, okay, something's a little bit screwy with this. Okay. Okay, no, fuck, no, okay. Chat, I am deadass, a little bit lost from this book, book that I got from here. Okay, hold on a second. Hang on now for a second. Let's see, Sturge, where's the Sturge? Okay, there it is. There's the Sturge. We killed it. Then, okay, 38. Then you go to 150. And then you go to what? And from 150, we can sneak it. We're sneaking into the grove. You can actually, roll it. Okay, deaths are higher. You could just, 137. It seasoned its meal. You can surprise attack the wolf. Or we could just make our presence known. Okay. Okay, so it literally is that. Okay. 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 Okay, I did a stupid. I read, you know how PDFs can actually have the option of going from, you could either go for double pages or just one singular, drop. I just continued from reading 156 and then scrolled down to continue more for, that was supposed to be 158. I'm not very bright. I am.
You are perfectly fine, honey.
Okay. So we're just going to fix that. Oh, I'm so sorry, future editor me. Okay. Let's start this thing back all the way back to the beginning and not have a stroke. Okay. You enter the grove without any attempt to hide your presence. This druid clearly enjoys the sun, as the grove is a large clearing. Clumps of flower, both wild and cultivated, dot the space at the stone outcropping. The stone outcropping turned cabin stands at the center of the natural beauty around you. And you, as you approach the wolf, the much more powerful looking up close, stalks into view behind the druid's home. Its head is down, its hackles are up, but it's not baring its teeth at you. As you both and the wolf look at each other, you also see that its muzzle is smeared and speckled what appears to be fresh blood. I'm going to approach the wolf peacefully. Ness, do your thing. Excuse me. It's alright. We're not going to hurt you at all. We're just looking for, the druid. The wolf looks quizzically at you. You're clearly confused about what to do next, but also not attacking. It flicks its ears and appears lost in thought. If you have rations in your pack, you could offer some to the food. You could offer it, or we could try communicating the wolf by speaking normally. Or an ability that allows you to speak with animals. Okay, Ness, you're a druid. You can do this. I have a feature that allows me to actually do that. Speech of the woods. And beasts can understand. I can learn, speak, and read Sylvan, and beasts can understand your speech. And you can, Alright. Ness will speak normally, and she is going to tap into that druid self with, speech of, speech of the woods. So, would you kindly tell us where exactly the druid is? You open your mouth, but the wolf cuts you off. Oh, thank God, thank the gods, it says in the gravelly voice you sure you've heard before. You come at the right time. You come at just the right time, young miss. Please visit the herbalist Tomlin. Ask him for a polypox cure. He knows what to do, and I'll help you with whatever you need when I'm myself again. Excuse me? But who are you exactly? Well, I'm the druid of this grove, he says, barking at a laugh. Roy Sunderhammer. Not, normally a dwarf, but since have come down with a case of polypox, I have seen more hair than usual. But let's get down to it. I don't know how long the spell of yours will last, and it's taking a lot more effort besides. The blasted polypox is making it hard to think in terms of language. Roy, that's you? The dwarf we met last night. So, how did this happen? Well, anyways, questions for later. We'll figure something out. I promise. And Ness is going to have an inspiration from that. Yay! Okay. The druid in the form of a shaggy wolf goes silent, but keeps his attention focused on you. So, is there a way we can actually revert you back to your dwarven shape? But he woefully shakes his head. I don't think this is a natural occurring wild shape. Fergus points out. He trots towards the home built under the outcropping, clearly requesting you to follow. The inside is a joyful sloppy as the dwarf himself. Fergus will be a little bit annoyed from that, but he'll carry on with Ness right there. The druid in wolf form pats around for a few minutes, until he jams his snout into a box of scrolls and gingerly lifting a few out and unfurling them. The druid places a paw on one. What's this? Both Nessa and Fergus would read this. Polypox, or Doppelganger's Curse. Polypox is a blood-borne disease that affects those who can innately change their shape. Doppelgangers, dragons if they contract it, are even unfortunate members of the druidic circle. It causes sporadic, uncontrollable shapeshifts that persist as long as the disease itself. It can last weeks before recovery. In extreme cases, delirium, even memory loss can occur. That's awful. Completely awful. Okay, now here is where the proper continuation goes. Oh, I am so sorry. Following the description of the disease, there's a recipe for decoction, including wolfsbane, sage, and hornwort. You ask if these herbs grow. Do these herbs actually grow naturally in here? And the druid nods. So that would mean that. Would you? Fergus is a furbolg, but he can. But he does have this thing as furbolgs, which is Let me just go over to species traits. Speech of beast and leaf. You can communicate with a limited manner with beasts, plants, and vegetation. They can understand your words, but you cannot understand them in turn. You have advantage on charisma checks on influence on them. Okay. Fergus knows that there is no possible way for him to actually get a proper answer back, like Ness has the full capacity, but he still tries anyways. Let's see. Okay, and you suppose this herbalist would have them? Though Roy will be surprised, but he would actually nod at Fergus. Interesting. This will make things a little bit easier then. So, would it be okay if we take this page and we'll bring it back once we're done? The wolf nods. And we add the Polypux Cure recipe in our inventory. Alright, Polypux Cure recipe. Neat. We have been here for a long while, but if we actually make it back fast, we will be there by late afternoon if need be. Right. So, notes, inspiration. Ness, you would... There we go. Oh, brother, a druid of one of my party members wasn't lucky to be a wolf, but a giant chicken. Of course, it'd still do damage. As a shifter, I knew it would also have something similar, only if it affected for facial features and height, making him see a ditto for Pokemon from one type.
It's a good thing that Skane didn't get polypox as the black sheep.
Yeah, I'm glad. I'm grateful too. Now, before I actually continue, let me have some hydrate. Okay. You can either look for the herbs yourself or get them at the herbalist. Okay? Oh. We could ask the druid if he's sure it's polypox. Maybe it'll be Fergus who will ask him that. Okay. Are you certain that this is polypox, though? The wolf stares at you for a moment, then starts to vibrate. Its form starts to soften, and the bones and muscles move. And then with a sneeze, all motions stop. The druid nods and then stares impatiently at you. I believe that's your answer. All right. Then let's actually go straight to Tomlin's. Right. You know, well, are you okay? Break. And so these two are heading back to Tomlin's. I just hope that he actually keeps his hands to himself this time. Yeah. I'm just hoping that we don't have any unnecessary surprises when we get there. Though he does seem to be looking at you quite often. Well, how often do you? Maybe he hasn't never seen a half elf before. What's that sound about? Nothing. But if he becomes a bit of a bother, let me know. If you... Right. You return to Tomlin's cottage to get any herbs you're missing for the polypox cure. When you arrive, you knock, and Tomlin answers alone. A surprise. You tell him about the polypox cure, and let him know that you need sage, hornwort, and wolfsbane for Roy. Well, that shouldn't be too hard, he says with a broad smile. Which of you need? Okay. Oh, boy. If you want to get sage, if you need hornwort, or if you're missing wolfsbane. What do you mean? It's so broad. Maybe we can get wolfsbane? Well, let's say that we're getting wolfsbane for this one. Shit, I did not pay attention to that. Okay. So let's say that we're getting wolfsbane.
I got lots of.
Well, do you have any wolfsbane on you?
I have lots of dried wolfsbane, but I can't handle it right now.
Tomlin says, shows you a bandaged hand.
Hurt myself in the fight against the scraplings. That's a poisonous flower, and I wouldn't want to get any of its toxins in an open wound.
That's... Oh, no one... So that... Oh, I'm so sorry.
Well, yes, we're... In case if you... Well, we could help get harvested if need be. Splendid.
Instead, he leads you into his cottage and points at the bundle of flowers drying in the window, inviting you to collect some yourself. Okay, it's either a dexterity check or medicine. So, Ness, I'll let you roll for medicine this time around. Oh shit. Oh shit. Ness, I got less than 16. Oh gods. You're not entirely sure how you did it. You managed to get some of the wolfsbane in your mouth. Roll a con save. Oh fuck. No. Net. Okay. Okay, con saves. And we're gonna. Oh boy. Oh boy. Wait, I get inspirations. I can re-roll those. Or not in this case. Okay. If you roll, what happened? I got some of that in my mouth. Note that when you're poisoned, you have disadvantage on attack rolls, ability checks. You can also roll another con save for after long rest. If you roll 12 or more. Well, I don't suffer any I don't suffer any ill attacks. I don't suffer any poor rolls, so we don't have any. We're not poisoned. Okay.
That's good.
Oh, bad luck. The general store also has antitoxin for sale. I'd give you some, but I'm all out.
Add wolfsbane into your inventory. Okay. I get... Okay. If you go to the general store or any other time, remember... well, we don't need that. Ness just suffered some... Ness got some of the stuff inhaled in her mouth, but she's not poisoned, so that's good. Alright? So Fergus will most likely go get the sage.
I'll go get the sage. Oh, I have some sage growing in the garden, but part of the trellis has fallen into that plot. Tomlin says, but he hands you a hammer and some nails. But many hands make light work. If you help with that bit of the fence, you can take as much sage as you want. He leads you to the garden and to the place where it needs repairs. He can't stay and help, though he has some very delicate brewing that he needs to stay near his filtration system. Wait, Nessa's inside, catching herself from the wolfsbane. Oh no! Oh no! Okay, Fergus, we're gonna have to work real fast with this one. Okay, roll a dexterity check or proficiency with carpenter tools. Oh, do we have proficiency? Okay. Dexterity check. Okay, we gotta work fast because Ness is there along with him. Okay. And if anything else fails, we have inspiration. Okay, so,
Hello.
Oh, hi, Jay.
Hello.
Currently, how are you?
Just work. I'm on my lunch break. Figured I'd work on some commissions and hang out for a bit.
That's fair. I'm currently playing the Wolves of Langston as we speak.
Nice.
Okay, so Fergus has managed to pass that dexterity check and managed to rebuild that fence and managed to help make fixes on that fence, and probably for the best because Ness is left alone in there. You were able to get the trellis fixed in the short order. Tomlin appears just as you're putting in the last nail into the lattice. Okay, let's just say during that segment that he's making sure that Ness is fine, but she's also making sure that he doesn't overstep her boundaries. Well, I'm grateful, but I'm fine. Oh,
I'm finished.
oh, thank goodness.
All right.
And I got sage now added to my inventory. All what's left now is hornwort. As hornwort is an aquatic plant, Tomlin can't grow it himself and needs some from his stock. He's expecting a shipment, but it's in high demand.
Well, I was hoping if you can actually help cover the cost for collecting the herb.
Okay, pay Tomlin 1 silver piece for the herb, or trade something that's worth at least 5 silver pieces for the herb. Bro, we got plenty of money. We can cover this. We can definitely cover this. We can cover this. Okay. Shit. Okay, so how much silver pieces is so it'll be I'm gonna take out 1 gold, and I'll have like how many. So we will pay 1 silver pieces, so that's that down, and we'll have 9 silver pieces left in our person. So Fergus will cover that. Done and done. Done and done. Done and done. Because I don't want this. I don't want this guy to be alone with Ness for too long. He doesn't. Gives him a bad feeling. So we'll pay for that. And we have hornwort into the inventory. So, Fergus, we're gonna, okay, notes, okay.
Thank you so very much for both of you for helping me.
And now that we actually got all this, we got all the ingredients back.
He didn't actually give you too much trouble while I'm out there, are you?
No, which I'm grateful for once. But I didn't know a scrapling could actually injure him that badly. When you arrive in the grove, Roy is waiting for you in wolf form. He helps you find a better teapot in his kitchen cubby, and you brew him a tea from the medicinal herbs. Looking for a teacup, you can't find one, and just pour the steaming bitters brew into a bowl of a questionable cleanliness. Hi.
Sorry to interrupt. Just wanted to let you know I'm back. I got a new monitor, $100, and I'm gonna take that old TV and I'm gonna trash it.
It was
good while it lasted.
$100. That's the same one when it comes to this one.
Yeah, mine's curved too.
Yeah. Okay. This doesn't seem to bother the druid as he laps up the medicine. After finishing the bowl, the druid lies down, and you follow suit, finding a comfortable place on the ground to sit. I'm just hoping that this would actually work.
I hope so too.
You know, for someone who's, you know, it is nice seeing you actually be a little bit considerate.
I guess I know I have someone who can thank me for that.
Gods, what will the others say?
That that are unlikely circumstances that forced us together to be in this, and has actually helped me. Okay, please, words. I'm trying my best to sound British and eloquent where I can. It hurts. Okay. Okay. That due to our circumstances, that something like unlikely to happen just happened, but we were able to make sure that neither of us actually were dead. Not to mention this whole mystery to think this whole thing happened because someone died here in this town.
You know, I'm hoping that we were able to solve this this mystery too. But it is actually nice, getting to work together like this. I know that most likely when this is all is over, we will part ways, but for what it's worth, I actually do enjoy, well, I actually do enjoy getting to work together with you like this, or be together like this.
He says with a chuckle in his throat. After about an hour or so, the wolf's form starts to ripple and shift. Roy gets up and paces, a low whine escaping his throat. With a rustling sound like wind in the tall grass, the fur recedes back into his skin. His limbs groan and pop as they shorten and twist back into his natural shape. Eventually, Roy ceases to be a wolf and changes back into a dwarf who smiles broadly at you despite a red nose and watery eyes. That is so much better, he says, wiping his nose with his sleeve. Oh, snot and all. That's a first for me. Polypox isn't easy to catch. It's a blood-borne disease. Well, there was that elderly sturge in the wood after being abandoned by its swarm. It could have gotten far. So there's some other shapeshifter nearby that passed the disease. Maybe some doppelganger traveling in a disguise, or a lycanthrope passing through one night. Must be sleeping.
Wait, Sturge? You pass a Sturge nearby?
Aye. Oh, thank you both. Really. Oh, gods. Listen, I want to return a favor. So I have this wee gift for you. He unclasps the silver star burst brooch on his chest and presents it to you. This is the silver star, a gift from an old cleric of man, Soleil's predecessor at the temple. Since we druids have problems removing curses, he thought it would be helpful. Still haven't used it, but maybe you can find some use for it. And this is the little trinket bob that we actually got from Roy. Okay, so... Okay. Let me see. Where is Clip? There's Clip. Okay. Here we are. This is the MacGuffin that we got from Roy. Created by the Holy Orders to protect common folk and monster hunters alike, the Silver Star is a rare, wondrous item. It is a single charge of remove curse within a range of touch. When used, the Silver Star glows brightly and discharges a star-like motes of energy. Casting remove curse on the star recharges it. It can only hold one charge at a time. This requires attunement. I think Fergus is. I think I've got. I have an idea. I have a thought just came to mind. You gotta wait for it. Okay. Ness is going to
reach out for the star. But then, okay, Fergus, think you can make a sleight of hand. I wonder if you can make a sleight of hand check for this. I'm gonna use one of my inspirations for this. I'm gonna use one of my inspirations for this. Bollocks to that. Better. Okay. And okay, that's one of the inspirations down. And he actually takes it. Much to Ness's Thank you, Roy, for this. No problem. I'm just glad you actually helped turn me back. Oh, but right now, I am badly needed a rest. But if you have any questions for me, you can. Feel free to actually ask. Hey. Oh, don't worry. We'll deal with this a little later. But first, questions. All right. And Ferg, okay, we could ask about the scrappling claw, which he does actually have on his person. Or we could ask Roy if he had polypox before or after Maybelline's death. Ooh. What could we go first? Since I have it in my person, I'm gonna ask about that scrappling claw. I have some questions though. Okay, Braid, please work with me. I don't want you to die on me on this. Or wait, hold on. Maybe we could ask hold on. Maybe we could, instead do something a little bit different for that. Okay. No. Okay. Okay. Okay, wait. Well, maybe we could just ask him about the murder mystery bit, okay? So, because we are kind of getting to somewhere, but I want to do the thing when it comes to the scrappling claw, but let's, yeah, let's actually ask about Maybelline's murder first. And Fergus will gain an inspiration from that. Do you happen to have polypox before or after Maybelline's murder? And Fergus will regain that inspiration. Okay, no. There we go. I can't rightly say when I got sick. Ellie! Hi! Raiders! Welcome, Raiders! Welcome to the Paper Plane Inn! I'm Mikata Nui, and we are currently playing The Wolves of Langston, a solo D&D adventure. Ellie, thank you so very much for the raid. If you want to actually raid and run, that's okay. I hope that you actually had a good stream today. I can't rightly say when I got sick, but I'm pretty sure I start feeling a bit sniffly around the new moon. Took a couple of weeks to start sneezing and changing though. The continuing question, you continue questioning about, okay. Do you see, so do you happen to have any amnesia on that? Far as I can tell, there's no gaps in my memory. Wasn't even sneezing or anything, but by the time the new moon is full, only just today did I just have the first uncontrollable change. Am I a suspect now? He doesn't wait for any answer, just throws his head back and laughs. This is not making it any better. Well, would you say that polypox has anything to do with werewolves then?
A thought came to Fergus, but he did made a shot. A werewolf, any lycanthrope, can definitely get polypox, but just be a carrier. It's tough to say, but I do know it's a bloodborne disease. And I haven't been fighting anything in these past months. Probably that old sturge in the woods infected me. It got me pretty good on one time.
I actually got hurt by it.
What?
But Fergus treated me and make sure everything is fine. It didn't cut anything deep on me.
Oh. Oh, where she... But rest assured, I did the best I could to treat her on that current moment. But final question. Has Maybelline died on the night of a full moon? Now that you mention it, yes. That young lady died right around then. Maybe even on the night of the full moon. So you may be onto something there.
And now we're actually going to ask him about that scrappling claw properly.
So, have you noticed anything peculiar about the scrappling claw? Do you think it could have been the killer?
And Roy shakes his head.
Not a chance. This thing's a wee little thing. You should have looked at what's left of the girl. You'll see that poor victim was mauled by some beast larger than this.
But this could still be of use.
Can I have the claw? I suppose so.
You hand it over, and Roy binds it to some leather from nearby, chanting softly in druidic language as he goes. Light yellow motes of energy coalesce around the limb, whose claws are now tightly bound in a leather strap. He hands you a dismembered limb.
Hold on, I actually gotta go back. My lunch break is over. See ya!
Take care!
Oh, that's disgusting. He hands you the dismembered limb. The scrapping claw will act as a magic club +1 for the next week.
He shillelaghed it.
Interesting. I never thought you could actually shillelagh that to be that long. I hope that it helps you a bit, Advent. I hope that it helps you a bit, sir. Not until I see you next. I must rest. Very well then. We will both let you go and rest. Thank you, Roy. And we are gonna go, head out. Oh, wait, or we can ask him when he got sick, or we can give him some rest and we can return to the inn. Let's see 135 real fast.
Oh, yeah, that's the one where we actually... Oh! Well, fick. Okay, so it's interchangeable. Okay, so I am the goobers of goober moments at the moment. So we're gonna let Roy sleep and rest. So, it's interchangeable when it comes to asking first whether about the scrappling claw or if he got sick before or after before or after Maybelline's death. So yeah. So I guess when they leave Roy's place. What? Oh, I know. So, what do you think?
That the plot seems to be thickened. The plot thickens. That something. That the plot thickens. That our dear friend might be. That our dear friend has contracted something that is that has contracted something that caused him caused his suffering in the first place.
And werewolves? Do you really think that they exist?
I know that they are much more into what I know they're much more wives' tales, or one you can actually scare the children when they go to bed. But I did remember someone in my order once upon a time mentioned that they had encountered werewolves before, but that's long ago. That's before even I was initiated in.
Fair enough, I guess. Well, then what are we supposed to... Also, you know he was supposed to give that to me, right?
Oh, are you referring to this?
Fergus says about the... Fergus gestures to the silver star. Well, yeah. I mean, well, yeah. Look, give it here. He's supposed... Give it here. He was supposed to give it to me. He said... Ness tries to reach towards the silver star, but is Fergus gonna keep it away from her reach? I'm gonna bring out the dice oracle again. Is Fergus gonna keep it away from her reach for this one? And we're gonna say the likeliness is very high. So we're just gonna say, no, the other one. No, the other one. We're gonna get rid of that one. Okay, nope, not that one. Okay, and the likeliness for this one is is highly likely because he's very cheeky at this moment, knowing him. And so Ness is gonna do stealth of hand to grab it. Sleight of hand to grab it, and Fergus, what are you gonna? And she actually swipes it. Aw. Aw.
And here I thought you're actually...
Okay. Okay, brain, please work with me because I'm trying to come up with witty banter on the spot. Let's see. The moment he actually tries to put the before he would actually put the silver star away, Ness quickly grabs it away from his hand, and will most likely go up to her and most likely say,
You know, I thought... Now hold on. I thought basic manner... I thought for someone like you, basic manners is important.
It is important. Please don't do that, she says, trying not to get away from his face.
I am jesting, my dear.
Can you not do that?
Aw, and I thought you and I would actually be friends at this point.
Just because we're from different factions doesn't mean you can keep up with the teasing like that. And so you return to the inn for a well-deserved rest after a very busy day. You eat a hearty meal in the common room before succumbing to exhaustion. You rest uninterrupted by troubled dreams. In one, you are attacked by rose bushes that claws you with their thorns. In another, you're running through the streets of Langston on all fours. In a third, you see the hulking shape that woke you before it watches you from a nearby rooftop. It bears down on you, but you cross over in a shaft of sunlight. As the dark beast reaches into the light for you,
It starts to crack and crumble. Just as it's about to become visible, you wake up with a start. Okay, who's going to wake up from that? Evens as Ness, odds as Fergus. Evens. Odds. Evens. Okay, Ness was startled from that this time around. You lie in your bed at the inn. You are alone in the room, and there's nothing outside of the window. You may either try to get some more rest, or try to get up and keep watch. Oh, okay. So, we could go for something a little bit interesting. Those seem like options, but how about we do something a little bit interesting? She is gonna go to Fergus and ask if she also noticed that. Like, she will go up to, she was that disturbed, she will go up to his room that is nearby and starts knocking. Fergus! Fergus, please! And would just wake up. He would wake up from that, fingers rubbing at the bridge of his nose, like, what? It's late. What are you? Something might be outside. I don't know, but I feel something must have been outside by the window, I guess. And the moment she brings that up, Fergus would most likely turn to his window and would try to see if he could find anything. And I'm gonna roll for perception for that. Oh, fuck. Okay. Shit. I don't know. Shit. I miss my mark. Oh, dang it. I missed my mark. Okay. Okay, there it is. Okay. Alright, so. Okay, perception, Fergie. We're gonna do perception, Fergie. Perceptionation. Okay. Oh, gods. Despite the darkness, he would see nothing. But he's going to actually, well, would he actually, how will I actually sense something in the air? Though he would see nothing, he would see that, I'm gonna use insight for this one to see how well is Ness. That's okay. Yeah, he may not see anything, but Ness, he could see that Ness is visibly shaken. What? Alright, what? I don't see anything. What are you? And would actually see that Ness is visibly shaken. What happened? Maybe it's after what happened today, or the past couple of days, but I just had a bad dream, and next thing I know, I just felt some sort of presence, and like something is charging at me, large and beastly, and I don't know if it's the dream or some premonition. I don't know. But I don't feel right just being by myself there. So there's a pause in the air as he's going to
it's an unlikely proposal that is going to most likely be in the air. And it feels a little bit wrong-ish, but given that these two are the only company that they have and the circumstances that they're in, he then says, maybe it is for the better that you actually stay here for the night. You sure? But this is... I know it's unideal. But if what you said is true, and what I saw, what happened last night, something tells me that we have to be even more vigilant. And looks like it that staying alone, that being in separate quarters, might not be for the better for this. So, do you propose that we... Most likely would. Okay, chat. Are we gonna keep watch for both people doing, that? Or should we actually just go get some rest? That is the question. That is definitely the question. What do you think of this turn of events? So, let's see. Evens, they'll just most likely go to sleep. Odds, they're gonna, keep watch. Or he'll keep watch. I don't know. Odds. Eve. Okay. Okay, so... You can actually go ahead and sleep here for the night. But I'm gonna keep watch just in case. You sure? I'm positive. With what's going on right now, I don't think... one of us is going to have to need their... One of us is going to be a lot more... Is going to need their necessary energy for this. But... Rest assured, I'm not going anywhere. Thank you. As Nest... And we're gonna go for the keep watch often. Although, but Ness would stay up a little bit until she actually does go and sleep, run to his bed. As Fergus stays up to make sure that everything is okay. It's an uneventful night. You don't get nearly as much rest as you would like, as we gain the benefits of a short rest, and we gain inspiration from that. Okay. Okay, so that's another inspiration there. Once the sun... And he would most likely be on his chair, but he would most likely nod off at that point, and Ness is sleeping soundly onto his bed. Once the sun has risen, someone starts knocking at the wooden door. Oh, we can answer the draw, or draw a weapon before opening the door, or ignore the knocking. Oh! Oh ho ho ho! Okay. Okay. So, I guess being a battle-hardened war cleric, some things are just basically out of habit. So he's gonna draw his weapon and make sure he's gonna draw his weapon because he was that a little bit sleep deprived. Weapon on hand, you open the door, and you scare the innkeeper as he nearly drops the tray with the breakfast on it. I'm sorry. Forgive me. A little bit startled. Don't mean to worry, but don't mean to fear you on that. No problem, no problem. I was... Yes,
Sorry,
dear?
I just need to briefly excuse myself for a grocery run.
Alrighty then. Fair
I'll
enough.
be back as soon as possible.
Alrighty then. Anyways, I have your breakfast, sir.
I was going to ask what happened to the other one. You know, your partner. I have her breakfast, but she doesn't seem to be answering her door. No need for that. No need to worry on that. She's fine. No need to worry on that. She's fine. She just had trouble sleeping. Just leave it here. I'll give it to her when she wakes. Thank you. Thank you. As he stands around for a moment. But is there anything else? He then says, there's something I wanted to say, but I can't remember. He seems. I guess that moment scared the wits out of me. He just stumbles out to the door when he then remembers. Oh, Roy. The mayor sends you a message. You can take the paper, and as he hands over a paper, and Fergus will take it out from his trembling hands and read it while the innkeeper leaves. And Ness would most likely wake up. What happened? Good morning. Aside having breakfast here, it seems the mayor requires our audience.
Huh?
The note is a piece of paper with a neatly cut edge. There is a new lead you will need to follow. Come to town hall.
A new lead?
Well, as soon as we're done with breakfast, we should actually go and check this. We should actually go and see what's going on.
Who knows? Maybe we can actually catch the murderer.
Maybe. And both of them will almost likely have their breakfast. And that is the end of chapter 3. And as much as I want to continue more, but let's have this opportunity to go for a 10-minute break. So stand up, stretch your legs. We'll see you guys in about 10 minutes. I hope to see you soon. I hope to catch you then. So let's go for that 10-minute break.
Alright, we are back! Thank you guys for waiting! I hope that you guys didn't actually wait for too long for me, but I hope that you guys actually had a good day. I hope that you guys actually got to enjoy that, So, how's your... Okay, my brain is not all over the place. So, what do you guys think of today's game so far, if you will? Other than... I am so far actually enjoying this. Sure that there are some areas that definitely I made the mistakes here and there, but we did manage to actually make it work when it comes to, certain interactions and all that. So, but, yeah, I actually am enjoying this game so far, but I hope that you guys are also having fun with this one, too. I know it's different compared to how normally D&D is supposed to be, but I'm actually glad that we're sort of that we could still make something like this work. I mean, they did say that this is a 3 to 6 hour campaign, but with the pace we're going, especially with 2 characters that we sort of balance out each other in terms of roleplay, it does help make things a little bit easier and longer, if you will. But yeah, I am ready to actually play a little bit more when it comes to the Wolves of Langston, as we have just finished chapter 3. So, with that said and done, it is time for us to go into chapter 4. And when that ready and done, Golem, stop music. It is now time for us to get to playing chapter 4 of the Wolves of Langston. Let's go. After you've both eaten, you make your way once again to the town hall. As you make the trip, you feel you're starting to see the rhythm of life here in Langston. You're seeing many of the same people going to and from the marketplace. The craftspeople of all kinds quietly go about their business, if not for an undercurrent of fear, seeing the occasional jump of start or a furtive look over a shoulder. Langston could be mistaken for any other sleepy towns that dot the land. But it's not. It's a place where killers walk the streets at night, beasts invade gardens by day, and druids trapped within their own powers. And now, there's something else. You know, it would be really nice to be here for a short time had it not been for the atmosphere of this place. I could not agree any more. I was wondering why would I be assigned here? I was actually waiting for any signs of my guild actually to be here. And have you seen them? No, I haven't. Or at least they haven't made their presence known. So I may have to. So at least doing this, solving this murder, would actually help buy time until they actually show themselves. I suppose you're right. And now we're on chapter 93, and now we're going to 93. By the way, did you got to rest after being on watch? Not really. I'm feeling a little bit more knackered, but as soon as we finally find proper time to rest, I will most likely do that. Well, it's good. It is important to rest, but maybe once we finally get to this lead. The mayor's aide is waiting for you at the town hall. Ah, here you are. You're here, he says. The mayor has been waiting. Follow me in, please. He leads you both to the mayor's office and leaves without a word. The mayor looks up as you enter. Buttercup maintains his position behind the desk. After a perfunctory greeting, Mayor Anathram says,
I need you to investigate a report of bandits in the region. Bandits? Reports are coming in of two strangers that make citizens feel threatened. Likewise, there are a number of farm animals missing. Also, other items of value. The arrival of these strangers is likely related. Maybelline's death could also be related to these strangers. I want you both to investigate.
Okay, Fergus. Fergus, you can bullshit. You can detect bullshit. Can you detect any bullshit? I'm gonna roll for inspiration. I'm gonna use my inspiration for that. So that's going down to 4. So oh gods dang. No, we're gonna use another inspiration. We're gonna use another inspiration for this one. No, 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 don't do this to me. Don't do this to me. Roll 20. Roll 20. Don't do this to me. Don't do this to me. I'm burning through all my inspirations just to detect the bullshit. I'm doing it again. I'm doing it again. I'm taking that bait. I'm taking that bait. I'm taking that inspiration. Much better. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay. You realize that this is probably not related to the murder you are investigating. Now hold on a minute. Fergus calls her out. I believe we are quite mistaken. This is not really related to the murder we're investigating. Isn't it? It is unclear, she says, but some uncertainty shows around her deadpan stare. But there is no evidence of their involvement. Yet, still, I need you to find out for sure. Oh. Now, Fergus. Now, Fergus. We can either negotiate additional pay or accept the task as is. And Fergus, knowing him, he will not actually, this is taking extra work for the bullshit that we're facing. I mean, surely we will not go for, let's see. Okay, surely we could definitely make this thing work, but, no, Fergus would definitely say, would most likely be, is an advocate of quit your bullshit, so I'm gonna go for that additional pay. Why not? Okay, so we're going to... My partner and I have been trying my best to work on this investigation, and you tasked us to do another job, one that's not related to the murder. Well, we are doing our best to ensure that your town is safe and the mystery been solved. But if you're going to actually do that, I would find it more favorable to include more to negotiate an additional pay. Fergus, are you? I'm certain. I do not normally negotiate with those I employ, she says. But if it will speed you along, then you can have this. She pulls a coin purse from a desk drawer and tosses it at you. You don't say anything, and how she had an additional fee ready. Huh. Peculiar. And that's 30 gold each to the party. So we're gonna give that to 30 gold each to the party there. Okay. 30 gold.
And 30 gold. I expect that this is sufficient to continue doing the job as you have agreed to do. Yes, this will do kindly. Very good. Now, give me your map of Langston. Mayor Amaranth says, as with an outstretched hand. Once you handed it over, she uses the quill from her desk to circle an area outside of town, with the wooden area of to the north. Search this area for the bandit camp and remove them from the area, by force if necessary. This should be well within your abilities. She looks at you and points to the wooden area around the supposed camp. Use the forest paths. People are frightened of the murder and the rumor of the bandits. More strangers on the road could cause panic. I couldn't agree more. But it's more flexible to authority and a conscience agreement. You take the map and you said goodbye. First doing the murder myth, solving this murder, and now chasing away bandits? Everyone in here has been on edge, and I am quite peeved that we have additional work on solving this murder when that's supposed to be top priority. I could not agree anymore, but the sooner we figure this thing out, the better. I mean, they're just bandits, but even bandits are not something you should actually scoff at. Heading north, as if traveling to the nearby farmlands, you veer to the road into the woods to the east. You pick your way through the woods. As you proceed, you keep an eye on the sun and through the trees and the clouds and seek out any landmarks you might see on the map. And where is that map of Langston? We're going to bring you into the inn. The north of here, eh? So, I guess since we're up there, it's supposed to be around this area. I don't know.
I return.
Welcome back!
Yes.
Okay, so this part of the forest is quiet, but lacks the unnatural stillness of Roy's woods when he was sick. It's just a peaceful forest full of all the hums and twitters of a healthy, natural environment. A river burbles somewhere of west. If you weren't marching towards certain violence, it would be a very calming hike on a pleasant day. Now this is an actual forest when it's alive. I just wit, but still, why would the forest by Roy be utterly silent? More questions that'll be solved at another day, I suppose. As you make your way through the woods, you come across a clearing rich with old trees with thick, gnarled trunks. The birdsong is especially beautiful here, and the air smells of heady mix of wildflowers and honey. Sitting in the center of the clearing of a stump, you see an unusual woman. Her skin is bright green, and her hair a tangle of leaves and moss. She hasn't seen you. Her whole attention on a robin resting on her outstretched hand as she laughs and twitters back to the little bird. You have found a dryad, a fey creature with a deep connection to the forest. And let me just go ahead and get this image here so that chat would see this dryad. Where's the dryad? There's the dryad. Okay, so there's the dryad, and I'm placing the dryad right here. You can sneak past the dryad, make your presence known, or attack her. I think now
Nessa would like to make this presence known. Besides, it's just kind of pretty to look at. Okay. And besides, as a druid, you gotta showcase some level of respect. Okay. Besides, stealth is for sneaks, thieves, and cowards. You emerge from the woods in the full sight of the green-skinned woman in the clearing. Hey, I think she doesn't pose any harm. I'm gonna go and talk to her. What? She's clearly surprised. The foliage that makes up her hair and clothes rustle in the breeze that isn't there, but she appears unafraid. She remains silent as she calmly watches as to what you do next. We can just try to communicate with her. Fret not, please. We do not mean to pose a harm, just to ask who you are. I am Vanessa Gardino, Nessa for short. And Ness actually couldn't help but actually feel her face a little hot from that, but yeah. You greet the green-skinned woman and ask her, "What are you doing here in this forest?" "I meet you, skin person," the woman says in broken common. "Sylvan, speak you." Oh, Ness has Sylvan. Ness has Sylvan. Okay, she has Sylvan, so she can speaketh in Sylvan. If you speak Sylvan, you can speak to her. 26. You switch. Okay, she then switches to Sylvan. Then I am very. Okay, she then switches to Sylvan. It is an honor to actually see you today. Okay, Emerald Marine, you take care, but thank you for coming. You let her know you do and yes, I do speak in Sylvan, she says in Sylvan. I am so glad, she says. My common is limited. What is your purpose in the wood? It's okay, Fergus. She doesn't pose a harm. She reassures to the furbolg behind her as he starts to feel a little bit relaxed. I'm here because we've heard of a bandit camp that is not too far from here. And we're supposed to try to get rid of it, if you will. The woodland being claps her hands with joy. I am now gladder, she says. Those terrible men are scaring the residents of the forest and making an awful mess, she says in Sylvan. Would you kindly tell us what happened? We would like to know exactly what went wrong. And I have kept my distance from both the farms and the new interlopers. But the birds tell me they are doing real damage, she says. And their snares are excessive to the point of quite hazardous. That's awful. But if it helps, we can help remove them from her wood. The Fey woman you're talking to claps her hands again and smiles. Oh, what a day, she says brightly. You're so much nicer than the other man I see from the wood. Very handsome fellow who spends his time collecting herbs, but takes breaks to try to bed a dryad. Vanessa, what did she say? Tomlin has been here, and that was surprising. He tries to. Oh, don't tell me. He actually tried his luck with her. Mm-hmm. I'm not surprised, yet I'm appalled. Are you certain? Of course. Not 10 nights has passed. I had to escape his hands through that tree right there. kept saying that non-humans don't count, whatever that means. My common is really not good. Gross. What is wrong with you, Tomlin? Have you no shame? Oh, oh, I need a moment. I do. Oh, let's see. Oh my God, this guy. Bro, how many pretzels do you need to be this thirsty? I'm actually not sure how to properly feel about that.
Right there.
I know, right? Ugh. Thanks for the care package, Lord Bluff. I definitely needed that because, oh man, jeez, Louise. Ugh. Fuck. Ugh. Okay. I don't know how to. I think Ness will be utterly disgusted. That is the proper way. There are no two ways about it. What a guy! What a guy! Someone wrote the solo campaign just to be spicy. Maybe I would go spicy in that route. But it feels like there's a little bit of a slow burn. Well, considering the fact that these two are rivals and whatnot, yeah. Ness is just utterly disgusted, and Fergus will actually step in and just say, I'm going to assume that what she said about Tomlin isn't anything good. No, it's not. I don't know how to I can't put the, I think I'm getting a headache because of the, just hearing that. Honestly, I do not blame you in one bit. Are you alright? I'm fine. Nessa switches the comment. Anyways. Alright. We could ask about the bandit camp, or we could ask anything that's strange happening in the woods lately. Alright. Evens is the bandit camp. Odds, wood shenanigans. Okay. Odds it is. Okay. Has anything strange happened to the wood? Has been happening in the woods as of late? The trees have reported some strange creature wandering the land, but they could not say what it was. The words beasts and person were used interchangeably. So even I am confused. It is likely that's something to do with the bandit camp nearby. Wait. I believe it has something to do with the bandit camp nearby, she thinks. But they are clearly men and not beasts. I could offer you protection in ridding the wood of these ruffians. She presents us something that may help. Hello? Before showing you the way to the camp for you to investigate, the Dryad hands you a small wooden vial and gestures you to take a sip. Okay, you smell the contents and take a small sip to determine what potion it might do. maybe we could actually give this one to Fergus. I don't know. Or maybe it's for both. Maybe it might be for both. But, actually, yeah, no. We'll just say that both actually got this for sure. You feel your skin toughen and twisted for a moment before returning to normal. You added a potion of bark skin into your inventory. Dryad me. Oh no. No, Boy Splatty. I don't know about that. Okay. Maybe just. Yeah, wait. Hold on. Let me take a look on between the two ACs. Yeah, Fergus can be good for now. And I can't. And I would have had the option to do bark skin. Yep. No way. I do not have bark skin for level 1 spells. Well, color me. I'm kind of surprised. Fuck. Okay. I thought I actually had bark skin. I guess that's my bad then. Okay. So, Ness will take the potion of bark skin. Okay, so inventory. I wonder if it can actually have that, Nope. So it's just a potion that contains 1 spell of bark skin. Okay. The potion grants the effect of bark skin. Your AC is at least 16 for the next hour after consuming its contents. Ah. So it gives me 1 additional AC. You thank the dry. Thank you so very much for this. You're very welcome. And good luck. She leads you to the camp. The drive leads you through the woods, her feet barely making a sound in the underbrush, as you feel at least that you need to at least make an effort to avoid. She leads you to an easy entrance point and points you to where the trees thin into a clearing. This flat patch of earth couldn't be more different from where you meet the Dryad. The sloppy-built fire pit is surrounded with a detritus of several meals, including scorched bones of various sizes and an old grayish porridge even the local wildlife steered clear of.
Ah, detritus.
You know
We
what?
do fuck English, apparently.
Oh. Utterly appalling. But this is the abandoned camp. The camp, but there's no one in here. You turn to the Dryad. Thank you so very much for helping us find it. Wait! Where did she go? She says that in common. What is it? The Dryad. She disappeared. Well, she did help us reach to the easiest path to this place. So, all we have to do now is wait for the ticks to arrive. Sure. And we're gonna investigate the camp. The camp isn't much as told. And you probably wouldn't think anything of it just stumbling across the site of your own. A competent but not impressive fire pit is set up as the center of the clearing. Though no kindling appears to be gathered for tonight. Charred bones from various small animals and other less recognizable detritus litter the ground. There don't seem to be any tents, but 2 rough lean-tos have been constructed to presumably keep bedrolls dry in the event of rain. There's very little that seems to be important in the camp, though you can see an oilcloth bundle hanging from a tree to keep some on the ground and keep away from curious animals. It's tied to a tree trunk with a rough hemp rope. So, Fergus is going to use investigation for this one. Because we did a lot for Ness. That's the boy's turn. And investigation. It might not be the best, but I can use my... I could still use my inspirations to help give us a boosty. Okay, no, okay. Okay, how much inspiration do I have? 2? Okay. We're gonna have one, okay. We're, okay, one more inspiration. I'll use that one, and I only have 1 left. Let's go. God damn it! Ah! Well, shit. Okay, so... Shit. Okay, you know what? Maybe we'll let Ness actually do the investigating. We'll let Ness go do the investigating, if you will. Okay. Communicate. Okay, Sylvan. Leather camp. Ruffians. Lead to the camp. Shrug to the... Okay. Okay, Ness, we're gonna use... Or Fergus cannot see jack and shit, so... We're gonna let Ness do the investigating on this one. Oh, she has 4 into investigation. No wonder I had to... Bro! Holy shit, Ness! Ness!
You good over there?
She has... Fergus cannot find jack and shit, but Ness did! Okay. Okay. Right. Okay. Okay. Cap, I am, going back to normal. Okay. I'm fine, I'm cool, I'm fine. Okay. Okay, so, what does it say when we finally, get more than a 12? That's way beyond a 12, but still. You search through the bandit camp. And start with the oilcloth hung in the tree. A leather scroll case contains a rolled sheet of vellum. Examine. Hey, Fergus, look. Though he turns around and sees what Nessa finds. Examining the document, you see that it's a warrant made out of someone named Horace and Thitch. The bandits' names, presumably. It offers hundreds of gold pieces in reward for information regarding the criminal's locations, and thousands for her captured dead or alive. What? The warrant is for the Wolf of the Road, who has an obviously orcish name that you don't recognize. They are wanted for killing a constable in 3 rivers. Not knowing what it would make of this, you take the document with you until you can find some more. How peculiar. Well, it is something. Information, but something. And maybe, just maybe, we could find more. These bandits have clearly fallen on hard times as their gear has been tattered and in poor repair. It's likely that any valuables they might have are also kept on their persons. However, elsewhere in the clearing, you also find a smaller oilcloth rolled up and stuck into a deep knoll on a tree. Why is that doing over there? In this second oilcloth, you manage to find an agate brooch worth 15 gold pieces
and disguised in some ashes, there's a flimsy jeweled dagger for 5 gold pieces. Interesting. Nice loot, nice loot. But leaving the rest of the bandits' junk, you note that the day is coming to an end soon. You will need to hurry back into town to report to the mayor. Sun's going down. And this is the only place that we found from the bandits, but no sign of them yet.
We had to hurry back to the mayor.
Your trip back into town is uneventful as you walk. The roads are empty of other travelers, though that could also be explained by the quickly advancing nightfall.
I hope that maybe, just maybe, what we found might be enough.
It would be much more ideal if we actually did encounter them, but it is grateful that we've still managed to come out of this alive. You keep your eyes on the tree line too, but no hungry wolves make another appearance either. No one wants to be caught outside after dark with an unknown killer out there.
Maybe I just wish that there are other people who are also making their way through. But
with the killer that is on the loose, people don't want to take any chances. By the time you make it back to Langston, the sun is nothing more than a faint blush on the western horizon, and stars are just speckled by the sky overhead. It's later than you expected, but you feel the warrant should be discussed immediately.
I had a feeling that once we finally get to, the mayor, she needs to know about what we found.
Well, do you also find anything during that camp?
Well, not much aside from scraps, but they did also have some loot, but that's not important.
They do?
Yeah, but I leave it alone. It's not...
Anything from that bundle would also be would also be warranted for evidence.
I know, but, well, how am I supposed to know that?
As you arrive in the town hall, the sun is completely gone. The building is dark, but you run into the mayor's aide looking up as you arrive. Excuse me, we are here to see the mayor.
The mayor isn't here,
he says in response to your question.
Though she does often stay into the night, she seems distracted after receiving a sealed message earlier today. She wouldn't tell me what it was what was in it, but she left shortly afterward.
What?
But we just got here. Please, this is incredibly urgent. We need to speak to Mayor Anathram right away. Okay. Hold on. He gives you directions to her house and bids you good night. Okay, going in. As you approach the mayor's home, you see 2 shabbily dressed men lounging by the entrance of her garden.
What?
Who are they supposed to be?
One is tall and lean, with a sharp face that seems to be a permanent grimace of contempt. So this must be Titch. Okay, I'm trying my best.
On the brain.
Titch. Titch. I just have to. Okay, I'm all right. Just a little bit of a marble. I just got my mouth full of marbles at that moment.
It's all right.
The other, presumably Horace, has a smug smile on his face as he scratches idly at his protruding belly.
Please tell me he has a bald head.
I'm gonna roll as Fergus to see if these guys are our bandits for insight. Yep, Fergus can tell right away. So those must be our bandits.
What? Them?
Both wear equally mismatching clothing and a piecemeal light armor, as if everything they have is scavenged from those even less fortunate than them. As you watch, the mayor approaches from the other direction. She stops and scowls at the two men. You see her hand stray towards her belt, as if reaching for a weapon, but she catches herself and stalks forward. The shorter of the pair waves and waggles his eyebrows.
What are they doing?
Well, wait. We'll intervene if something goes wrong. They greet each other, and not in a very friendly manner, though they are too far for you to hear specifics. After a brief exchange, they all go into the house together.
She just let them in.
Then all the more reason for us to go to close in the distance. Horace leads the way, while Titch takes up the rear. A moment after the door shuts, lamplight illuminates the front window. Let's go to the house. The mayor's house is largely a single-story home with a small, neglected garden and a thick wooden door. Like the rest of the town, it's built on a stone foundation with timber frame walls, lamps being lit inside and glow through the closed curtains. Despite the thickness of the door, however, you can clearly hear voices raised and angered inside. Okay, boy.
Conspiracy.
We can either listen at the door, knock, attempt to force the door, or we could just pick the locks, pick it with thieves' tools. Do you see these two goobers? I don't think none of these two have thieves' tools. So, okay. We could listening to the door might be ideal because knocking seems much more okay. I'm gonna listen to the door. We're both Nessa and Fergus are going to listen at the door. So, let's go. The door is thick, and the voices are obviously some distance from it. It's only because they're shouting at you that you can hear them at all. The shouted conversation is occasionally punctuated by the deep bark of Mayor Anathram's guard dog. Alright? Perception. Okay. Perceptionation. Okay. I'm gonna use Fergus for you. Ugh. Alright. Nessa, what do you have? Okay. You know what? I'm gonna use one of my inspirations for Nessa. I burned through a lot of inspirations as Fergus, so let's try this again. Hey! Okay. Nice. Not 20. Okay. And she gains her inspiration back. Okay. Despite the loud barking, you can make out three voices. Obviously, one is obviously the mayor demanding what the two of the men are doing in Langston. The other two take turns speaking slow, arrogant voices. Oh boy. I know this kind of voice coming up. Hold on. Okay. The two men take turns speaking low, arrogant voices. You still can't make out everything they're saying. However, you catch the words wolf, money, and find out. We can either knock or we can open the door by force. Oh.
I don't think we should knock. Fergus, what do we do? I could have sworn I heard wolf, money, and find out.
Well, we were supposed to be meeting the mayor. Might as well make our presence known about it.
And you know what? I'm gonna force the door open. I'm gonna force the door open. And I'm gonna roll for strength on that. Fergus, please. Fergus, please. I'm begging you to the gods. Please, for the love of the gods. Please, 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 please. I need you to do this. I need you to do this, man. I really need you to actually bust this door open. You're a furball. Don't whiz about this. Okay, let's go. I'm using my last inspiration!
Oh dear.
Oh, no. Last inspiration. Here we go. God damn!
Are you alright? You need me to sort you out later.
How the fuck did a 7-foot tall, 3 feet wide, hundreds and hundreds of pounds of muscle and fat in a fur bug not even broke this thing down? What the fuck?
Oh dear.
There are no words in the whole wide world that could actually describe the amount of pain right about now. There ain't. There really ain't. Okay, but god damn it, I am absolutely upset. Let's just hope they don't break the KJ, you're not getting it. Fergus does not make it in terms of breaking the door, man. I am the upset. Oh, I am the absolutely upset. There is no absolute words to. And now I've lost my markers. God dang it. Okay. 183. You make it. You go. Gives you. Okay. Then you approach the house. Okay. Force the door open. Okay. The door is made of thick wood with strong iron hinges and fixings. It will be a challenge to force it open, but you think it can still be possible. Fuck. Oh, this hurts. Okay. You fail to break the door, but you do manage to make a lot of noise. While no one comes rushing out of the nearby darkness, you hear voices pause, and a moment later, the door opens on its own. It's the leader of the two men, who went to the house with the mayor. Don't know how you are, but you should probably come in, he says. He says, looking up at a 7-foot tall furball. Fuck. Okay. Someone might get hurt if you don't, he says very cockily. The quiet certainty of how he says it makes you feel it's best to do so. He leads you both to the mayor's parlor. On one side, the second bandit rejoins his friend. The other side, Mayor Athram stands at ease while her attack dog watches everyone closely. Oh boy. Now in the parlor, you can see that the home is well appointed with a comfortable furniture and a snug little kennel for the dog. The walls aren't bare and including a few oil paintings, some sconces for lamps and other generic decorations expected of a person in the mayor's position. All of it's rather bland, however, as if she selected her surroundings based on someone else's tastes. Except, maybe, the stained battle axe hanging over the mantel. A low fire just getting going in the hearth. The two bandits are standing closer to you, between you and the mayor's position with her dog. The mayor is sitting in the dining room chair, on one hand on her dog as if restraining him with her light touch. Both are still, but with a tightly coiled fury. Nessa and Fergus are really are trying to traverse through thin ice in this one. And Fergus would speak for both him and Nessa that pardon me for a moment pardon me for a moment. I am Fergus Blackthorne, and this is Vanessa Gardino. We are both the investigators in finding the culprit behind the murder of Maybelline. As he speaks, the shorter, rounder male makes an elaborate shows of listening and nodding. The taller, thinner one lounges against a wall, handing restfully comfortably at the knife on his belt. Did you say something? Did you have something to do with that? The chubby one asks sweetly. His compatriot chuckles and shrugs. Maybe a pretty young lady found you in the little secret while collecting berries in the woods. Or maybe maybe from a conversation in the market. They said, most likely said he said leeringly. You start to put everything together, but you look for the mayor for more. Mayor Anathram sits in a stony-faced silence. Her eyes shift into a middle distance, but her dog continues with its vigil in the room. Well, I'm Horace, and this lean-looking lad is my good friend Titch, he says to the shorter pair, breaking the silence. Your employer here? Well, hells knows what name she gave you, but she... Well, hold on. Let me actually reiterate that. Your employer here. Yeah, well, hells knows what hells knows, but she gave you what she gave you. We known her for as the Wolf of the Road. He produces a wanted poster, clearly labeled the Three Rivers Constabulary. There is an accurate image of Mayor Anathram on it, right down to the wounds where her scars are now apparent. And Ness would actually look with eyes a little bit of shock. Fergus' face is still, but calculating. So now your pet sleuth knows. Wait, no, that's Titch. So now your pet sleuth knows, says Titch to the mayor. But if you don't open up the town coffers, or if we don't make it back to camp by morning, our friends back in camp are going to tell everyone in this town your little secret. And we've got proof like this. You take this opportunity to point out, what? But there is no conspirators back in camp. only a warrant. And that's somewhere safe.
I see.
Says the mayor, her smile far more unsettling than her scowl. The bandits glance at each other, blood drained from their faces. Mayor Anathram pats her enormous dog's head as it begins to growl. Oh, we can try to threaten them into running away, or we can attack them. Are you guys ready for some bloodshed? I guess, we are going to actually, fight against the bandits, if you will. Wait a minute, I don't think I actually got a picture of the said bandits. Ah, there we go. That's, oh, God, okay. Ugh. I mean, you know what? No, this actually is not bad art. Okay, hold on. Let me actually, gather this real fast. There we go. And where are... Ah! There we go. That's our said bandits right over there. Okay, and it looks like we're going to be having a bit of a combat in that moment. Okay, so these guys look like they belong in the Power Rangers. They kind of do, don't they? Shit, they really did actually bring me back to the time of the Power Rangers. Jesus. Okay, attempt to break the door. And we got less and 299, 912. Well, I'd say we will. How about we actually go ahead and fight these guys, shall we?
Yes, kick their asses.
Yes. So, Thitch is the tall one, and Horace is the short one. That is right down here. So, we are going to actually go ahead and beat the schniz out of these bandits. Let's go. Okay. So, you engage Titch, the quick, lean bandit nearest to you. Horace tries to help, but the mayor and Buttercup engage to him. And let's see, shall we have it like 2 against 1 or 1 against 1? That is the question. I think we'll just say it's 2 against 1. Or no, how about I made Burgess burn through a lot of his Vanessa, if you don't mind, I'll take care of this. You sure? Oh, certain. Very certain. And you know what? I'll make it 1v1. Fergus versus Titch. Let's go. And let's beef up his HP a little bit to... I'll say that we'll beef up his HP to just 16, if you will. Because he's got like 11 HP. And I feel like I want to go for something a little bit beefier. I want to go for something beefy. So we'll just say that he has there we go. 15 yeah, this amount of HP will do. So rolling for initiative. So well, shit. Okay, and okay, Titch cannot roll any lower than that, can he? Jesus, Fergus, I really need to find a way to beef up his Initiative. It's bad. It's really bad. And what's his initiative? Okay. +1. Oof. Okay, 14. So, he is going to actually go and attack Fergus with a dagger. And it does not work. He blocks it with his own shield. And so Fergus is going to actually smack that guy with a mace, if you will. And maces are... Okay. He's going to attack with a mace. So that's a +4. Okay. And 1d6 +2. Okay. 1d6 +2. And that's 5 HP down. And you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and actually bully this guy and actually go and use my my war priest, if you will. Besides, this one with this it gives me let's see.
Our turn.
Ah, welcome
Hello there,
back.
Welcome back.
Okay, what? Okay, Fergus, we're gonna use War Priest and let's do this again. Okay, does that meet his does that meet his AC? Yeah, it does. So, rolling this again. 5 HP down. So, whew. Okay, he's bloodied, but he's still standing tall. So he is it's his turn again. Ness is is holding back, and that guy and the other bandit is being mauled by a big dog. So Ditch would most likely go strike on Fergus again with his dagger. Okay. Dagger +3. It did not meet. It did not meet. Fergus is still strong. He's still hanging on. It still bounces off in his armor. And so I'm gonna smack I'm gonna actually do something a little different. I am going to cast Sacred Flame. So he's going to have to make a Dex saving throw for this one. All right. Dex saving throw. Okay. Okay, and let's see. That's D6. Okay, so. Oh, he fails. Okay, and I'm going to roll a D8. And god damn it, he's still holding on. Bro, just keel over already. He only has 4 HP left. Okay. Ouch. That hurt. It grazed him. Fergus, he's going to try to attack Fergus again. Oh, shit! That's the bandit hit a nat 20 on Fergus. Oh no. Ouch. I wonder if that... Wait, does when it's a nat 20, does that mean it's also double against the player too, or nah?
Yes, it does, usually.
Oh dear. Oh, no. Okay, Fergus got a little cocky there. He thought he would, he actually thought he didn't have it in him to, he actually thought the bandit didn't have it in him to actually do something about it, but he did something about it, and he paid for the price for it. +3.
And there's Steve cackling like the Joker in the background.
1d4 plus 4, but 1d4 plus 1 for that. Okay. He got 4 damage and 6 damage in total. Ouch. Ouch. Oh, that hurt. Oh, that really hurt. Ow. I think he got him right somewhere at his side or something, and that really did draw blood and it hurt. Fergus! Ness actually screams out when he saw him getting really hurt. And Fergus is not really happy about that. He is absolutely peeved. So, swinging a mace. We're going to swing a mace. Guess he'll die. Guess he'll most likely die. So,
hopefully it won't be a swing and a miss.
And I missed again. I missed. I missed.
Yeah.
Or did
Oh
I?
my gosh, I can't believe I called that for a second.
I'm using War Priest! So I can get that bonus action to attack again! So, let's do this again. Fergus! Fergus, you okay? You can do this, buddy! You can do it!
Hi. I just want you to know that the others that I'm hunting with, they keep on hearing brief instances of your screams, and they find it amusing.
Fergus missed, and now he's attacking again with War Priest, so yeah!
To be fair, they can also hear your screaming or your laughing.
Can I help you? Can I help you?
Hi. We'll get back to it.
Alrighty, love you too. Alright, and I am gonna roll for damage. I'm rolling for damage. Fergus, though he missed, Titch was like, "What's the matter, you freaking stupid?" And goes for a big deck in the face with a nice deck in the face. He may have used his he uses by a swing of his mace, so ouch! Are you kidding me? He only has 1 HP left! Bro!
Man, he is just hanging on there, isn't he?
Right? 1 HP left. This is stupid. Okay. Oh man. Okay. I am so close to not use my nuke of a guiding bolt on this one dude. It's taking me all of my willpower to not do that. Oh, no. Why didn't I use a specific... Hey. Okay, Miki, problems for another day. Okay, so he's going to attack again. He's going to attack Fergus again. He got decked really hard in the face. So he's going to try doing this again with, okay, what's the, +3 to hit?
I love the smell of rain.
Oh my god! That's a nat 1! He missed! And Fergus, please don't miss. Don't miss. Please, Fergus, for the love of God, don't miss. Don't miss. Don't do this to me. Okay, that's a, what's the AC to this guy? It meets! Okay, Fergus, better swing hard! Firmly, do it! Okay,
he's gonna do. He's gonna smack him really hard. It meets, so he has advantage, so he can take it, and finally!
And with that, I have to take my leave.
Take care! Ah, the bandit is taken care of. Finally! At this point, Fergus was just like, enough's enough. I am giving him the backhand swing with his mace, and down he goes. You overpowered the bandit named Titch as he falls to the ground. As you are about to finish him off, he holds up a feeble hand and his eyes beg for mercy. His helplessness gives you a moment to pause. Wait, hold on! Stop! Mayor Anathram cries out Mayor Anathram. I have caused enough death and destruction. I will see no more in this house. Horace throws up his hands and drops his knife while Buttercup snarls at him without advancing. The mayor is still standing still and imperious, but in the battle, she has pulled the aging battle axe off the wall. The weapon hangs ready at her side. Oh. We could either let the bandit live or let him perish.
All of a sudden, that lyric, ruthlessness is a mercy upon us. Unfortunately for Neptune, I still have empathy in my heart.
Okay, what should we, So, what's it gonna be, chat? Are we gonna let him live? Are we gonna let him die? Questions.
Decisions.
What would it be for this moment? Should we let him live or should we let him die? Should we let this live? I can't decide whether you should live or die.
I want to play a game.
Okay, so we could either let him live or we could either let him die. Evens for life, odds for death. Evens. Odds. Odds. Death. Death. Okay, so Titch begs for his life as you landed the final... Oh, shit. I think we chose poorly.
Did you kill him?
Yeah. This kind of leads to a bad end.
Yeah, I kind of figured that would happen.
Okay, never mind. Okay, that was a bad end. That was a bad end. Fuck. Shit. That was a bad end. Oh, no. You want me to actually read this thing out for what this bad end is?
You might as well if you're showcasing the module.
Fair enough. Titch begs for his life as he landed the final blow. He sags to the floor and rattles out his last breath. The mayor's eyes burn with fury, and Buttercup's hackles rise as he bares his teeth at you. You are no longer under contract and are expected to leave town immediately. The mayor snaps. There will be no gold, and if you show your face in town ever again, you will be hanged as a murderer. Horace, the same goes for you. Now get out of my home, both of you.
You may keep whatever treasure and items you collected, but receive no experience and levels. Your adventures ends here.
Nope! Okay! Let's go! Let's do the time warp again! Man, I was so tempted to actually kill him, but you know what? We made our bed, and we're going back all the way to this point. Let him live. Let him live. Fergus! Stop!
Nessa screams out, and this was enough to make Fergus stop. And he slowly lowers his hand where his mace is. You stay your hand and leave Titch trembling with fear on the ground. Horace raises his hands higher above his head. You look at the mare one last time as she nods. You get out of our sight and never come back. You command both Titch and Horace to be gone.
What? Okay! I almost kind of, I don't know what the hell was that earlier, but my monitor was off for a little bit.
Did you bump your desk?
No? Not that I know of.
And I suppose don't worry about it for now.
Alright, let me actually reread this. You command both Titch and Horace to be gone. Titch heaves to his feet, and Horace sidles closer to him, and you on his way towards the door. You two, the mare says, producing a full battle axe she was able to hide behind her leg. This is the only time I will spare you. If I ever see you again, I will end you.
Yes, of course. I mean, Mayor.
Horace stammers. Then he looks straight at you both.
May see you around sometime, Dave.
He hides his fear with a smarmy grin, but it's pure bravado. Titch beckons his squat partner to help him out, and the two leave carefully, but quickly, through the front door.
Fergus! Why would you... Are you alright?
Knackered. Injured. But fine. I'll be fine.
No, you're... Look, let me help. Let me take a good look at... Okay?
And Ness is going to, help where she can, and sees the injury. It looks pretty bad. Ditch really got him really good to his side, but is fortunate enough that he didn't actually hit it, that he missed anything vital. So, Ness is going to cast Cure Wounds onto this injury. Alright, 1d8, and how many are we gonna, Are
you fucking kidding me? Really? 4 HP! Brett! That is disappointing!
Oh yeah.
I am the upset.
But Fergus does get some HP back. There's still some areas that he twinges, but a little rest won't hurt. There. Is that any better? Yeah, it will do for now, but after some rest, it will get better. Thank you.
Of course, but, you know, if you needed my help, I could have just stepped in and help, you know? You can't just do that by yourself.
He would have killed... He poses a threat. He poses a threat.
And I am supposed to be your partner in this. We're in this together, aren't we?
Okay. Now that you are both alone, you both...
Oh.
Ahem.
Oh, right. Mayor Anathram, here.
You give Mayor Anathram the bounty. She reviews the letter, and Buttercup pads over to his kennel and lies down. Clearly, you're now on the safe list. I did not kill him, she says, and I do not know who did. He was alive when I escaped with Buttercup.
Okay.
Mayor Anathram actually sighs as she returns her old battle axe to the mantle. She explains she was once a leader of a bandit crew for a time, turning into a life of crime after falling into a chasm between orc and human societies. It came to her as naturally as breathing, and she rose up to lead her own band. She went by the name Wolf of the Road because she led her pack of bandits to their next meal. They operated in the Three Rivers area, robbing caravans or travelers and raiding villages when wealthier travelers became scarce. I was a warrior once, she says, looking at her hands. But then I was a thief. But when one of the resistance leaders was killed, a constable of the Three Rivers, the whole area erupted into open conflict, thinking it was an assassination. In truth, it was Horace and Titch, who had broken into his home and tried to threaten him into easing up on the band of thieves. They were overly enthusiastic in beating the man to death tied to a chair in his own home. It was responsible, the mayor says. They were my men that murdered this man where he slept. But I refuse to be responsible for the next one. I used the chaos of the unrest to escape. She took her bandits on an impossible raid of the invading force. While her crew was being overwhelmed, she just disappeared into the night to join the stream of refugees and found her way to Langston with Buttercup at her side.
So, that's how you got here?
Yes. The people of Langston assumed she was a veteran, and she never corrected them. She lied about everything the whole time she's been in Langston. But she's determined to make things right. But Maybelline found out, probably from Horace or Titch, visiting the market, and stirred up trouble. I have changed. I was a warrior once, then a thief. But I was not a murderer. Maybelline did not see it that way. Nessa and Fergus couldn't help but just look to each other and then look back to the mayor, assuming to let her continue. We argued, the mayor says. She did not think someone with my past should be in my position. I disagreed and convinced her that I am better suited to protect Langston from threats. She set her jaws and then looks at you both. You see tears shining in her eyes. I was wrong. The next night, something killed that girl. It was not me. A loud crack rings out and you jumped. What was that? Turning, you see the source is Buttercup, who had just snapped at what looked like a femur of a sheep in half and is licking out the marrow. Ness would sigh in relief from seeing that. And this is where we are now. We must conclude quickly before my town loses itself to fear. But I wish to show my thanks for your help. Let me offer you something from my previous life. The mayor is gonna offer something to protect yourself or do damage. Ooh. For Fergus, he'd go damage. For Nessa, she wants protection. Oh, what to most likely do. Alright,
Evens, protection. Odds, damage. Okay, let's go. Evens. Evens. Okay, evens for protection. All right. I think it would be best that we have something to protect ourselves out there.
Then take this.
The mayor says, lifting an amulet off her neck.
This will protect you from all manner of beasts. It was helpful when I was training Buttercup to fight.
She hands you the amulet. Buttercup huffs for a moment before putting its huge head down to its paws. A lesser amulet of beast is in your inventory. Okay. No, that's not what I'm trying to do. This is what we got, chat. So, where's the MacGuffin? There's the MacGuffin. Where's Clip Studio Paint? There's Clip Studio Paint. The Lesser Amulet of Beasts. When attuned to this amulet, gain resistance to natural attacks made by creatures with the beast type. This includes attacks made by shape changers in beast form. This does not include a weapon or spell damage, which are both dealt normally. Ooh. Fergus, I think you can make use with this one.
What?
I know that earlier I know that what happened earlier, something after what we experienced earlier and for the past couple of nights of, well, restless evenings from the investigation, I had a feeling that, call it intuition, that you deserve to actually wear this.
Yep. I know I actually pulled the star away from you, but
please, Fergus, give me a peace of mind, okay? I just don't want you to be reckless after what you just did. I don't want you to be reckless and losing your life to it.
Fair enough.
He will take the lesser amulet of the beast. Alright? Thank you so very much for the gift, Mayor.
No, she says. That will be all. I trust you find your way out. It has been an exhausting day. She balls up the wanted poster and the warrant and throws them into the low burning fire and walks away without another word. But the poster rolls out and the flames the poster rolls out of the flame before it catches. A door closes towards the back of the house. Buttercup remains surreptitiously keep an eye on you while you take the poster and bounty, or place it both onto the fire.
I think this past needs to be stayed behind. So, Fergus would most likely go ahead and put that bounty back to where it should be, into the flames. You make sure the mayor's secret stays safe, and kick the wanted poster and warrant into the flame. And I gain inspiration from that! Yay!
Okay. Thank God. Thank God for that. Okay. As you watch the flames of the hearth consume the evidence of the mayor's past, you feel something wet and warm on your hand. You jerk your hand away, and what you see is Buttercup's face. Especially his tongue is licking your palm.
Oh, that is too cute!
Doggo.
Fergus! He likes you!
A little bit. I was a little bit it's a surprise, but
He says as he actually pets the dog on the head.
but a welcome one.
You wipe your hand and back away from the huge guard dog, moving towards the door. He follows, but only as far as his mat where he flops down and closes his eyes. And we're going to the inn. I am so tired.
I couldn't agree anymore.
But do you think we'll finally sleep soundly this time?
If we have to count our chances, perhaps 60-40. But there's always that feeling of that serial killer on the loose. But
we have managed to make some progress. I know that this is a little bit, I know sounds outlandish, but would it be okay if I don't, we just stay in one room for the night?
he
actually stops, looks at Ness with a cocked eyebrow, and with a half smile, he says,
"Oh, a little bold, aren't we?"
Nothing of that sort. Look, you said so yourself that with situations like this, we have to stay close and together, and all the more to ensure our survival. I know that we have to. Look, don't look at me that way.
I'm jesting, Nessa. But you do raise a good point. Perhaps later, after our meal and a rest, we'll actually, perhaps a meal and a rest, we'll actually do that.
Thank you.
You make your way to the pickled hen. You scan the rooftops and alleys for any return of the creature you saw the other night.
Anything?
No. You see nothing, and do not feel as if you're being watched. In fact, it's a quiet and pleasant night after the hectic events of the day. The only sounds in the night are hidden crickets chirping in a single long howl somewhere to the east. When you arrive in your room, a tray of dinner has gone cold and waits for you, and you eat it without ever really tasting it.
Well, Ness would actually most likely fix that with a little bit of talent of prestidigitation, because she got that from her dad. And a little impressed, he actually appreciates it.
Finally, you climb onto bed for some much-needed rest, only vaguely aware of another howl into the long night as exhaustion takes you. I guess at this point, Ness and Fergus would most likely share the room to keep themselves guarded, but also keep themselves safe. But they did eventually fall asleep.
I'd say... okay, how about we actually flavor this text, if you will.
I think Fergus would still look out by the window and would still see that there's nothing there.
Are you still on lookout?
Just making sure that everything is safe before we're actually called it a night.
Well, I'm glad that it's just nothing wrong for now. So, maybe this will finally be a time where we can finally call it a rest.
Perhaps. Maybe.
Are you gonna find... Besides, you need to sleep. You need to sleep. You haven't been sleeping well these past couple of days.
I will be fine after I actually go. I will be fine after you. I will be fine after one more check.
Fergus, come on. Just come to bed already. Ah!
What?
What? I didn't say that. I didn't mean that. That context. Look, don't look at me like that.
You know, I was just joking when you said that you were feeling bold.
No, nothing like that. I was just messing around with my words again.
He actually let out a rumbling laugh like that. All right. Perhaps we could actually call it a night there.
Good. Well, how about this? I will take this side of the room. You also take this side.
And I thought you actually are. Are inviting yourself. What you? I thought you said you just. I thought you followed along with my philosophy that we should actually stay close.
Not that close. Just shut up, you bitch. Just shut up.
All right.
It took some level of adjustment, but they did actually made it work. And they actually did got the benefit of a long rest. You wake up feeling refreshed and ready for what today may bring. And I am going to give that long rest to both of these goobers. Because...
As opposed to you wake up with 1 point of exhaustion and a noise complaint.
They haven't reached that far yet. Keyword is yet. Your breakfast is waiting for you when you open the door with a neatly folded letter.
Peculiar.
Fergus opens up the letter and it says,
Dear adventurers, my thanks for your assistance with yesterday's challenges. I hope that you are making progress with your investigation into the threat of my town. The victim is due to be buried tomorrow. Visit the temple and examine the body before then. Soleil the Radiant Order has been informed of your visit. Present this note if you have any problems. Then it is signed by the mayor as the mayor.
What does it say?
It's a letter from our dear mayor. But it is said that the victim is going to be buried by tomorrow. She tells us to go visit the temple today and examine the body before then.
So, I'm hoping that maybe, just maybe, we'll find something.
I know you're quite proficient with medicine, so maybe might be maybe with your expertise, maybe with your talents, we could find something.
Okay. Guessing that with that any thanks, the mayor is gushing. Guessing that any thanks are all the mayor's way of gushing with gratitude. You finish your morning meal and make your way to the temple as suggested. All right, that is 2 chapters down of the Wolves of Langston, and we only have 2 chapters left before wrapping things up with this game. So, what do you think of that?
I do appreciate the combination of a red herring and thriller regarding the mayor. That is a nice story beat.
I know, right? And well, I know it was a little bit of a challenge to play both characters like this, but what do you think of their interactions?
It is quite fun to see them interact this way.
I try my best to actually roleplay as a character who is a little bit who has a bit of a silver tongue, or smarmy, a little bit smarmy, a little bit of with a bit of a silver tongue, and likes to tease. But do you think I actually played Fergus pretty well?
You do him reasonably well, yes.
Well, as much as I want to continue a little bit more, we are gonna call it here for the day. So let's go see who we can go and raid. There's Lila Appleseed, Becoming Tharo. Tharo's on! Oh shit, I haven't seen him in 6 million years! Holy shit! Okay. We're gonna go ahead and raid Therodax. I haven't seen him in a long time. I miss... Look, he's a friend! I'm missing my friends. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and raid that. And we are gonna go ahead and raid Therodax King. There we go. I truly do appreciate that you guys came by here today and watched more of this game of the Wolves of Langston. But yeah, I actually do like playing these two characters together and watch them actually bond a little bit more. I don't know if I actually am doing it right for doing a rivals to something more, but it is something I actually had fun actually do, especially try to put Fergus into more justice. Yeah, but join me by tomorrow as we're going to be actually having more fun with Monster Hunter Wilds and see what else is left that needs to be done. But until then, may all have a good night, may all eat well and rest well, and I'll see you guys next time in the Paper Plane Inn. Take care!
Good night, everybody.